Well, here we are again. Fred Wagner, Papa's Painting Tips. Thank you all for joining in and painting with me. You know, I've got a piece here that has been a trial. This is third time, so let this be a lesson to anyone who struggles, is watching, fighting with problems. Persevere. Keep it up. Keep working on it. The reward comes to those who keep fighting, I guess, is my main thought right now. I'm working on Sin Shackles. It's third time, like I said. I did up several different versions of the drawings, and I started working on some Blair synthetic paper with EFX, and it was okay to work on with it. I was managing. The only thing that I found, the paint tended to peel off too much towards the end, where Createx has a little bit different property at the end. So once it binds with the surface, it doesn't peel off as much. I don't know. I haven't worked on a lot with it, so I give props to those who do, who persist at it. What I've done here is I've made myself a Clayboard. Now, my Clayboard mixture, I've got a video up with how to make Clayboard. And I've got to do a little update to that because I have now changed my mixture on the Clayboard. All the ingredients are the same exact thing, except for I have added acrylic polymer. In this case, I used Golden's Airbrush Medium, which is an acrylic polymer, to serve as an agent for the clay. And then in addition, obviously, water to thin down the mixture to get it to my consistency. And I'm going to spin the camera here in 2 seconds. What I made was I took regular hardboard. Okay, I did not use the whiteboard this time, the painted whiteboard. I used regular hardboard because I wanted to see how much clay was going onto the surface through that brown under color of the Clayboard. Because it's hard to tell on whiteboard because the clay is white. And you're like, did I put a coat on or didn't I? Did I sand it all off by mistake? I don't know. So this at least assured me of that. Plus it was... I think this is high density board. It's not MDF. MDF is medium density. This is high density. It did warp a little bit on me, absorbing moisture, but as it a day or two went by, it flattened out, and it had a little bit of bow just from the material itself. The glue that holds the particles together had, warped a little bit. Not a lot, not drastically. At first it looked that way, but then it relaxed. So what I did was I created what's called a cradle for it out of, I used oak because I wanted to use pine. It was cheaper, but the pine I couldn't find any that wasn't warped and going all over the place and cracked and bent. So I wanted something good and hard. And let me show you this real quick, how it looks. Alright, here's the board. This is the oak, and I ran a couple screws in the end of the oak. I'm trying to position this. I ran a couple screws in the end through into the board. Now I could have mitered it to make it a little nicer. This is just an experiment first on doing it. This is the hardboard. This is the oak frame that I made. The oak was very nice and straight. It was $2.47 a linear foot. So 10 foot, $24. Yeah. So anyways, what I did after I made this frame and glued plus screwed it together, I took my hardboard and I ran a bead of Gorilla wood glue, which is a PVA glue also. It's just stronger than your normal hobby version. I glued it. I put another piece of hardboard upside down against this so I wouldn't make marks on my Clayboard, and I squeezed it with clamps and left it for 24 hours. And now this hardboard is perfectly flat because the oak is perfectly flat. And I've got a flat frame surface that can hang directly onto the wall, and I don't even need a frame around it. It just, the screws can hold behind it. Okay? So, let's put this back on the easel. It's very sturdy. I mean, rock solid. And we're going to see how this clay holds up for doing our painting today. So, and there it is on my easel. The only thing I don't, it's got a gap under here. So, let's hope it doesn't slip on me during painting. It shouldn't. That's why I got it wedged down here. And I can scratch right to the edges now, even, because before it was sitting back into the easel. So, I'm going to pull my easel forward, reducing the stress on my elbow from bending my wrist. Okay? And this is 11 by 14. I drew up my image. Again, this is just like portrait drawing or portrait painting. It's my hands that I used a reference for, and then added these imaginary shackles. I don't know. I just came up with them out of my head. I'm trying to figure out what might have been used back in Christ's days when he was on the earth. So the theme of this painting is Sin's, or the title of this painting is Sin's Shackles, as you've read already. And the thought behind it is sin keeps us bound in shackles and chains, but Christ's love in death on the cross and resurrection set us free and broke the chains that bind us. And it's not clenched fists, because that would be showing my power and might. They're open fists in submission to Jesus, and his power breaks the chains, not our power. So, God bless, and let's get started. I'm using ETAC EFX paints today on homemade Clayboard. And let's see how this new version of my clay mixture works. And I have the recipe for anybody that is interested. I put it in my notes and wrote a whole description on it, and I will share it with anybody who requests it. God bless. Let's get started. I am all ready to start painting. I've got my flesh tone mixed up. In this painting, there's actually two flesh tone colors. Yeah, two. And it's the pink of the palm, and then the shadowing and everything is all tied in with that. And then there's the side of my hand over here and down my arm, which has a little more of a suntanned, yellowish, tungsten color from tungsten lighting or whatever. I'm not sure what caused it, but it's an interesting combination. So we're almost going to paint this painting in a series of two different flesh tones because of that. And I don't know if you've ever, on doing portraits, you'll notice that depending on the lighting on the face, that changes the flesh tone. It's not all one flesh tone, unless you're like a photographer's taking a picture of you or something where all the lighting is nice and even, and there's no any other ambient light affecting the tone of the skin. So with the palms are always a different color of flesh because of how much blood flow is underneath the palms, and they don't get as much sunlight and such. So I've got that in. I did my mixture. I did my little test. This is not the color over here, it's the color over here. I've got my basic flesh for the yellowy toned skin, and that is 5 opaque flesh color, 4 yellow ochre, and 1 brown ochre. Okay, it's close to the medium or the mid-tone in the hand, A little bit light, but I'd rather go light than go too dark. So we're just going to start over this side, work our way on that side, and it's basically going to be the arms, the sides of the thumb, and that, and then we'll work into the flesh of the palm. So we're going to start. We got a little bit, like I said, this is the new Clayboard, so I'm interested to see how it's working. I'm going to lay down a base. I don't have to be extremely detailed on this at the moment because I'm going to work in my... The reason I'm using this clay, and people want to know, and this is something that myself and Steve Gaither Cole have... I got the original mixture through him. God bless that man. He's been a wonderful help in figuring out how to do this. I saw a painting he did a long time ago. Well, a long time ago, a year and a half ago, on some homemade clay board that he had made, and someone had shared with him the recipe for what they had developed, and then he modified it, and now I have gone and modified it to my specific needs. Always be willing to experiment, I guess. I'm just laying down the base of this flesh, and the purpose of this clay board is it's very absorbent, so you can do really fine, high detail work into it, and yet be able to still go back and scratch and erase fine details without altering or ripping off big layers of paint. That's why I was intrigued by working on it this way. Let's see, is there any, there's a little bit of this shade wrapping up on the side, and we'll leave it like that, and then we'll end up, we'll go in and we'll, on the bottom side of these wrinkles is shaded, and I'm almost, I could do the paper stencil routine and shadow up a little bit, but I'm not, at the moment I'm not going to do that. I'm going to try to lay these in with my own free hand. I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing that. I've got to take out the marks anyways of the pencil lines. Alright. So as you can see, I already got a base color in here, and we're going to start working on these details. I'm going to lay out some of this. See, that color changes in there. So that was the other reason I restarted this painting. It wasn't because of the board I was using or anything like that. The reason I restarted it was because I wanted the color I chose to start with. I went and did the whole entire painting with that color, which was a huge mistake on my part, because then the color was so inaccurate that trying to adjust it to where I needed it became too hard, too horrible. So we are going to start off with our little soft eraser first and see how this paint works with going back in and redoing. Now we're going to do a couple layers of this paint. See, it's kind of hard. I've got it so light that it's hard for me to tell. I almost got to go a little bit darker, but let's just work in some of these little details on this hand. The other thing that reason I went and decided to redo this was because I over intensified my wrinkles in my hand, and they became so dominant they did not look realistic. And I think I might have to go a little bit darker, but like I said, I don't want to go too far too soon. Clay is very absorbent. And already what I'm starting to think with this, let's try the hard eraser too. That I can get into the clay a little bit further, which is fine. It's actually going to achieve what I want for this part of it. Because there's a lot of little spots here. And what I'll do is, since that's an opaque, I'll spray over this again to get, and at this point I'm also going to start taking off some of these orange lines since I've got the marking already. That way now I can spray in these wrinkles a little easier. Just remember to stay on the line. Don't go above it so much, because then your top shadow of the wrinkle of the hand is not gonna look right. Yeah, I really enjoy working on this Clayboard surfaces. One of the reasons we've worked on developing this mixture of Clayboard is for the purpose of fur. Being able to scratch in those details of the fur easier. And yeah, this is working good. Thank you, Lord Jesus. Thank you for giving us our brother Steve Cathercole and his wisdom and willingness to share. See, if we all share, it makes for so much a more wonderful experience. That, you know, it's not, hey, I developed this, I want recognition. Alright, let's go a little bit darker with this right now. Well, actually, yeah, I think we can go a little bit darker. So what I'm going to do is I've done some erasing into this now. You see a little dot here that came through the, I think it's just a little dust speck or dirt speck. Dirt speck. Is that a word? Dirt speck? I don't think so. So I'm going to give another coat of this flesh tone, mostly in the area that's the darkest. And there goes my phone blinging away. Bling. Alright. And we're just gonna mist over this. And what will happen is where we just erased will darken. Now I don't want to go over the whole thing because I didn't erase into all the areas yet. And then we'll do it again, re-emphasize some of those highlights and then darken a little bit. We're going to build it really, really, really gradually to get this likeness. Then we'll go in a little bit later. And let me see who this was. It's my chart. I'm going to pause here for a second. Alright, this is medical stuff. As everybody knows, I've been dealing with a lot of pressure and medical problems. So, I'm just trying to figure out what's going on in my body. I've got too many little ailments. Alright. Lately I've been speaking with Paul a lot, Paul McDonald, another awesome artist whom I respect very much so. His work has become so phenomenal. And he was trying to help me figure out why I was struggling so much with getting Createx to work for me. And you know, I don't know, it's just a hard thing for me to admit defeat in something. I don't know. I'm working on it. I have to say I do love the flow of ETAC, and on the Clayboard and on illustration board, ETAC seems to be an awesome paint to work with. So my props to Bill Edwards, the developer of ETAC formulas, and to the ETAC team. They have made an excellent paint. I absolutely love this paint. And as you see, I'm just hitting those little shadow areas lightly to get a little bit of form into this. I'm not really doing the shadows. Alright, then we'll do a little more. I gotta get this thumb a little, I don't want it too dark. It's gonna go too yellow on me and I'm gonna look jaundice, and I don't want that. Now any overspray I get into this won't hurt into this shackle, because I'm going to make that shackle brown and rusty bronze looking. This is just the base color anyways. Alright. Then I gotta do the other hand with this same color and work the details. I'm having trouble spiking. Sound like Forrest Gump. Life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. Mama always said. Yeah, this is working beautifully. I am really impressed at this mixture. I mean, if I could show you up close the skin detail coming out. I don't have an intricate enough camera that can catch what kind of detail this is already giving. And it's so easy. I don't feel like I'm ripping the paint off the surface. It's incredible. It's all I can say is incredible is my words for how this is working with this aggressive eraser. And I'm sure I can get into here with the soft eraser when I want even more subtle marks. Right at this moment I don't need the subtlety. I'm doing the drastic parts. One thing I have noticed on my YouTube channel here, I seem to get more views on my animal pictures than I do on portraits. And I don't think it's because people don't like my portrait work or something. I don't think it's got anything to do with that. I just think it's there's a lot of people enjoy doing animals, doing fur. It's fascinating to do the fur. Now up on this side of this finger, I've got some wrinklies around this knuckle. I'm gonna put in a couple up here. I gotta pay more attention to this because I don't want a solid line. And like I said, this is gonna transfer over into that pink of the. We gotta work a little more of the pink flesh tone, which was that's actually the base flesh tone of this EFX. This is your base flesh tone. I don't have to mix it. I can mix this if I wanted to. I can see a little violet in there. There's red. There's white, and a little tad of yellow. So it's just a real rosy pink color, and it's a good base because that's what this is. This is that base. I am going to take out this little dark spot. I don't know where it came from. It's possible a speck. On the brush. The board that I was using underneath it, or underneath my panel when I was painting it, had. Right now I'm just lightly scratching to get the brightest little spots in here. I could even use my Euro tool to do this. The blade works best for cutting lines of fur, but I could also use this Euro tool and use it almost like a brush, and it can pull off nice larger spots. Right, for really sparkly highlights onto this. I need to clean the tip of this because it's got brown. Whoa. Just remember, these scratch brushes are glass. They're glass fibers held together real tight. And these work really nice on this Clayboard. Get really sharp highlights. Yeah, I think that works even better than trying to do it with the blade. Another thing that I've found with doing these boards is they're really nice for, you can do mixed media on them, and what I mean by that is I can take and I can go in with a colored pencil. I've got a Carandash, I'm not sure how you say that. But I've got some pencils here. And if you've got some really sharp line work, that you could take your pencil and just work in some really fine line detail on that area. And not everything has to be done with the airbrush itself. Airbrush is a tool, and pencils are a tool, and then paintbrushes are a tool. They're all a tool that we use to achieve what we're trying to make and portray. And there's no harm in it. I mean, you don't see a person doing woodworking only using a hammer. I mean, you need a saw to cut wood. You need a screwdriver to screw in screws, obviously. You need a wrench to tighten bolts. You need a torch to heat up the metal when bolts are stuck on nuts and stuff. It's just, they're all tools. These just happen to be the tools that we use to create these pieces of art. If I felt, okay, I want a paintbrush to paint a line on here, who says I can't? If you like doing just airbrush and achieving all your detail by just doing the airbrush, Godspeed. Have fun. Enjoy it. Enjoy what you do. Too many times I allow myself to get frustrated with details and situations, and I want to make it perfect, and I want to only use the airbrush or whatever. And a lot of times you really got to get away from that and allow yourself to expand. And as you can see, I can get really close and do a micro hairline with this. This is where that orange comes in handy. Let's see. This little wrinkle I'm painting is the bottom of the palm, and it comes across like so. Then on this side, I've got some lines. They don't completely touch. It's just the folds of the skin. And they kind of curve under here. with the shape of that wrist. I'm shading the opposite side of these little wrinkles and puckers in the skin. I get a lot more puckers as I get older. I'm going to have to say thumbs up on the polymer addition to this. I think gives a little additional tension on the surface to hold the clay down, yet you still got the workability. All right, now there's I gotta pay attention to what I'm doing. I don't want to put in too heavy wrinkles, especially right now, because if I do that, then I'm gonna end up too heavy overall and go right back to where I was before. I still gotta come in with the extra browns. Where is this? And let's give a little more of this brown. Go over what we just worked a little bit, not a lot, because I don't want to go too far. And it kind of abruptly stops here. Okay. This side gets really shadowy, so I'm just going to lay down a thicker base at the moment right there. And this ties in with that pinky flash tone. Hello again, Mr. Compressor. We meet again. Alright. I missed the line in here, but there's a little bit of this yellowy brown right there on the back side of that palm. And same under here on these little edges. And this side of the thumb has a little bit of this brown in it. Not too much, mainly on the folds. I say brown, it's actually a yellow. But we're gonna make this all make this third rock home. Hey, it is the bomb. Can I say that? The bomb? Hey, off of this, there was a wrinkly in here. And then we're going to go over onto this side, and let's start putting in this color again. And it's so there's a little bit of yellow and pink into this. Just make sure my tip is clear. Even though this paint does not have a tendency of tip drying that much, I'm not saying it don't, it does. It's acrylic paint. It's gonna start drying on the tip. It's just you get a lot longer spray time, I've found. on it. Another advantage to jumping over this side, let's just load this in, get some up on the palm. And again, and we'll just work our details into this. And then out here on the forearms, just gonna very softly mist this in. I got a little bit of a vein popping in this arm that I can see. Okay, so that, and then again like that. That I'm going to put in with the subtle erasing. And again with this. And then just, I'm going to keep this outer part of the arm kind of blown out and not much detail to keep it out of focus. That way I force your eye in. Very loosely playing this in, and then I'm going to go in for that detail look. Okay. One other thing to keep in mind as you're doing this kind of stuff is right now it may look really, really dark, too dark. But you got to remember that we're going to come in with darker colors, which will make this part look brighter. The background's going to be a darker color, so that'll pop out. All right. And the reason I did the other side is I want to keep continuity between the two sides. I don't know, most people should know what that word means, but they tie together. You know, and just to remind people, because I get this question a lot, especially with people that have just joined in on my channel. What do I use to transfer my images and such? This was a totally inspired piece out of my head, but I ended up going back and using a reference. I just put a dark speck. I'm finding little dark specks here and there in my clay mixture that I didn't notice before. But anyways, I use Camera Lucida to transfer my images. It's an app for on your phone or on your iPad or your tablet. I think they make a version for a tablet. And Camera Lucida makes it an easy way to transfer your image. The only drawback to Camera Lucida is if you're taking from your phone and enlarging really big, you got to have the distance to draw that image. And if your eye is up here on your phone and your image is way down here and your arm can't reach, you're going to have a struggle. So you've got some flexibility in that app. If you're going to go something really big, my biggest suggestion would be step to a opaque projector if you're going to do an oversized image. Here's another spot in my clay. I picked up so much dirt from that board that I was sitting it on. I got to figure out another way to transfer. I got to sharpen this pencil is what I got to do. I hope I don't bump the camera. my tip was too rounded. I couldn't get in there. I don't want a pointy tip. I want a little bit rounded so I got a little more subtle erasing. Had a hair on my glove that was distracting me. I'm so easily distracted, it's unreal. Just trying to put in a little bit of the skin texture right now. I know they make stencils. Drew has developed a lot of different stencil patterns for doing this. I suppose I could use my dryer sheet to blow in some of this texture if I wanted to and save myself some time. The only thing with doing that for me is I wouldn't be following my reference as closely then, because you know, if you're blowing in a generic stencil pattern, you're also no longer following your true pattern. You're making something that looks like it, but not exact. But then again, we're not doing photography. Do we really need to be that exacting? Some would say yeah. I'd say if you want a photo, take a photo. If you want a painting from a photo, do a painting from a photo. Don't stress too much about whether something's exact. As long as your likeness is close enough and it looks like the picture, I mean, there are so many skin textures in this. I've got line coming down, I got crosshatch pattern. In this area, it's a lot of that. And up in the thumb, it's a lot of that too. The hard part I've noticed with, and I'll show you just an example of the dryer sheet method, if I can find one of them. Here we go. Okay. This is dryer sheet. It's been run through the dryer with clothing already. So these pores open up a little bit. You can also use the material that they use for, is it called banting, I think? Banting for underneath furniture and stuff like that to seal it off. So all you got to do is lay this on here, pay attention to your spot that you're trying to shoot, and spray it through it. I'll do it again down here. I've got my crown cap on because pay attention also to the direction of your fibers in this. And that gives you a real quick pattern. Okay. But, you know, something like that. Okay, that created a lot of little textures in here. And you could do the same, like over in here. Let's see, my pattern is running kind of, well, it's all really haphazard. The only problem I have with this is it's very hard to hold this material and spray it. It can get away from you real easy. Let's go up the thumb again. And that just gives us a quick skin texture on that thumb. Okay. Again, we're going to go up into here a little bit, watching the striations in this to kind of match what we're trying to make up in there. And we'll do the same thing over here. Okay. That's just, it's a real easy, quick texture. I like it. I use it. I don't use it a lot per se, but I do use it. Okay. And then truthfully, we could put this, let's see, I gotta be able to see where my back of my hand is. Use it to put in a bunch of that texture in the back of the hand. Alright, same over here. It's really dark over here. So let's do that. This just makes it real easy to get in some quick texturing. And we can work our wrinkles into there. Alright, that's one way of getting some texture in. And the other thing we could do is get our torn pieces of paper. I think I've got some laying around here still. Where are you, Mr. Torn Pieces of Paper? Well, I may have thrown all the older ones out. Alright. I got a piece of paper here that I don't need anymore. I just had an original drawing based on it. This one here, I took camera lucida and I transferred this a basic line drawing onto here, and then I put it on my opaque projector and projected it up because I did a lot bigger image of it, so I needed something larger. And what we're gonna do, what we can do is we could take this and say, okay, I want to make a tear mark. I'm going to tear it in two. Whoops, not like that. A gradual one. Alright, just a gradual one, and to kind of get an idea. This is just another quick little method of getting in wrinkles. And what you're going to do is you're going to put it under the area you're going to create your wrinkle. Kind of try to match what your drawing looks like. There you go, there's a good spot right there. And then we're going to spray onto the paper rather than the painting and let the overspray do the work. And it's a quick way to make some wrinkles. Right. And it's very gradual here. You're not going to see too much of it. Right. See how that pulled up? And we're going to do a little more over here. Rather than do a line, you know. And we can do that. And that gives us our little textures. For that line. And then maybe we'll do a little more, just a little quick way of doing it. Now down here, this line is curving the other way, so we're going to use the opposite of that. A little too heavy, but that's okay because that's really heavy down there. So we're good, we're good, we're good. Don't freak. Chill. Okay. Now we're going to come in and work that where we just did that, because it's not as solid as this, and we're going to break this up. So it's not just a solid line. It's not as drastic as it was looking. And then this is highlighted a lot more underneath. So we're going to take some of that out and softly lighten that. And again, this is going to be darkened. I'm just reproducing what the skin in this, my wrist here, looks like. And then over here, this is more subtle. It's not as, so we're just gonna erase into it and gives it soft, softer look. I can even use an old style pink eraser. I hate when people say erasure. It's not a sh. There's no sh. But who am I to judge? You might have an overbite and I'm being critical on you. Shame on me. Shame. Makes me think of Big Bang TV show when Penny calls Sheldon and Amy, calls them shamey. I'm sorry. I'm just cracking myself up. Oh, I'm so funny. Alright, in here we're gonna bring out a little more of that detail. And the difference. Alright. Let's go over into this hand. And we're going to start working the same idea. We're going to take this, get our little piece of paper, find us an area that looks similar, and do that again, creating that. This over here, so you can't see that, so this actually gets real dark going down here. I'm not going to flood the surface too much, but I want to get my marks correct. And this whole side kind of bleeds up this way. Same as the opposite. And then over here, it's not that drastic, so let's go with this, and we can, because that's a very strong shadowy area. Yeah, we're just putting that in a really basic shape, and we've got the other direction, so we're going to go back to this. We've got one kind of working its way over here, like there, and then again there, and then we got another one kind of there. Now we can go in and we can work on those. Those are just some basic little techniques of getting in quick shadows, quick lines. Now we're just going to go back into this because this is not that dark. So we got to go into this and work this skin. Actually, we did, I'm going to lighten this with the rubbery soft eraser at first. Then I'll go back in like I did on the other side with that scratch brush. Because this is a little more drastic on this side. But if you were sitting here with me here, you would be able to see the subtleties that you can create on this Clayboard. And this is, oh, pennies on the dollar making this Clayboard. You know, your initial expense obviously is the investment in the clay, the investment in all the other tools. But once you got that, you can make a Clayboard. Well, let's see. This 11 by 14 came off a 4 by 8 sheet of a 4 by 8 sheet of hardboard, okay, and that hardboard cost me $15. I had Home Depot cut it down as close as they could because they don't have accurate cutting method. They'll do a general cut for you. But the guy was kind enough to try to get it real close to what I was requesting. So I had him cut it into 12 by 16s and 11 by 14s, and only a small amount of scrap out of that. And he said, so I ended up with, I think, 9 11 by 14s and 9 12 by 16s out of that. So I've got a lot of boards for doing paintings. And not only that, the clay, all the clay stuff was given to me by my daughter and my wife last year. And you can make so many boards out of that clay mixture. I think I did, this board was done with one mixture of the 12 by 14, the original recipe for Clayboard, and sorry, trying to concentrate on where I'm at on this. Anyways, one mixture of the clay recipe went into making this. So, you know, 4 tablespoons of clay and 2 tablespoons or 3 teaspoons of titanium dioxide, and then you've got your titanium dioxide, and then you've got your your acrylic polymer, which I used 2 tablespoons of that out of a bottle. So you're probably talking, to make this Clayboard, if you broke it down, you know, how many you could make out of it. I would say this Clayboard probably cost me about $2.50. Yeah, probably $2.50. And this is, if you buy this at a art store, you're looking at, for 11 by 14, I think was $10. Depending where you live. You know, if you're in the UK, the prices are different. I know I've talked to many of my friends that they're like, I don't work on Clayboard because it's way too expensive. But I'm telling you right now, you go out and do this and perfect it for your own, to your own tastes. You don't have to be stuck with, oh, this is how this Clayboard works. You can adjust it to your likings. Again, thank you, Steve, for sharing this with me, and it's made for such an exciting method for me for painting. I'm gonna have to say this is my favorite surface to paint on, above and beyond. Okay, up here, this is a little bit wrong. I gotta lighten this. And I'm erasing pretty hard in there. You couldn't do this on synthetic paper, man. On UPO or Blair, you couldn't achieve what I'm doing here. Is how hard I'm rubbing. You just tear that paint, no matter what system it is. You just tear that paint right off if you did what I'm doing here. Right, under here, there's a definite that. Alright, already I've got a really, really nice shape to these hands. Over here, this is, I gotta work into this a little bit more. I went a little too heavy, too far up off of that piece of paper, which is very easily done, and that was caused by I sprayed too close to that edge of the paper, and I caught over it. But it's not fixable. It is fixable. You're at the early. I'm at the early stage of this drawing. And I can really appreciate the subtleties that this is achieving. Alright. Now, what I got to do over here, because of this looks funny to me over here, but this side of the hand is a lot darker, so I got to balance that a little more so I can get a better idea of what's going on over here, and get a little lines going. I'm gonna re-emphasize some of these little edges. To get these back in. Hang on. Okie dokie. Sorry for the interruptions. I know it doesn't do too much to you guys. Oh. This is another thing I've noticed with the Clayboard. I don't have to be as neurotic about putting on the glove. I still prefer to work on here. I'm going to be doing up a couple more minutes on this, and then pausing everything so I can run to pick up a prescription. The doctors are telling me I have diabetic neuropathy. I thought it was this Morton's neuroma, but come to find out from the podiatrist that I went to see, it is not diabetic, or it is not Morton's neuroma. They found no scarring in the nerve tissue, and they sent me to a neurologist, and the neurologist said it's diabetic nerve pain, and she called in a prescription. So I gotta see how I deal with this prescriptions. A lot of the nerve inhibiting drugs, antidepressant drugs, and such that they use for this type of situation, I tend to have side effects with. So, if I start losing train of thought even more than my norm, get a lot of dry mouth, or my depression, which I don't think I have depression. Everybody gets discouraged with stuff over time, but I would have to say I am not a person with depression, unless it's got to do with my freaking weight. Step on that stupid bathroom scale this morning and got disgusted. Here I'm denying myself food, eating right, trying to exercise, and my stupid fat body decides you're gonna gain 2 pounds. It's like, what? What? Gain 2 pounds? I denied myself all weekend. But then I thought back, yeah, did have a little extra helping of potatoes, made scallop potatoes, and normally I wouldn't eat the potatoes because of the starch and not wanting that carbohydrates from them, because carbs, if they're not burned up, obviously turn into sugars, and being diabetic and controlling my blood sugars with food intake rather than depending on the Glumetza that I used to be on. I've lost enough weight that my blood sugars are okay, so I'm controlling it with my diet. But I'm back in a discussion because if this diabetic neuropathy has become worse, should I have stayed on the Glumetza even though my sugars were good? Reason I went off of it is because I didn't like spending all that extra money. So, enough about my stupid health. I'm falling apart. I'm 57. I'm getting old. What do you want? Leave me alone. No, I'm just... Sorry, I'm just being strange. This is my natural self. I am so blessed. God has blessed me immensely. And I take joy in that. So, you just gotta put up with me. My little idiosyncrasies, my little tweaks and twacks. I'm going to have to page Steve and or message Steve and let him know, hey dude, the new mixture, it's a success. I can do fine hairlines, no problem. I got no skating, I got no spidering. But I do gotta get out of here and go pick up that medicine so I can get some in me and see if it improves the nerve pain in the back of my feet. I just pray it doesn't affect my airbrushing. Alright, we're a little yellow over here. But this is the heavier shadowy side. So what I think I will do in this instance so that I don't bleed out this texture. And lose it all. I'm going to run my texture over into here and lighten this with this soft eraser. It doesn't have to be highly detailed. I mean, I'm going to run a lot of cracks and crevices through here, but I want to lighten this up, which is easily achieved with this soft eraser. Look at that. Wow, I just took down that intensity and balanced that right back out, and it is beautiful. Yes, yes, yes. I'm excited. I don't know if you can tell. You know what the funny thing I noticed? That here they do all these depression drugs, right? And they're supposed to help people with chronic depression, and so that they can function. And it's, you read the side effects to some of these drugs, and this is what makes me laugh. It says this: if depression worsens, please contact your doctor. It's like, I'm taking a drug to get rid of depression, and the drug that's supposed to get rid of depression is making my depression worse. Where is where is the logic in that? To me, it's just so funny. It's just too hilarious. Here, my depression drug is making me depressed. Oh, God bless. God bless. The doctors are beautiful people. God has gifted them so much. And here we are messing ourselves up. They try. We try. Hey, here I'm trying to teach people how to paint, and I'm screwing up my painting too. Oh, life is funny. I'm probably making Jesus laugh in heaven. I know the day will come, I'll get before him and I'll say, Fred. Fred. And that's all I'll say. Fred, I don't know, man. You're just too much. At least I'm laughing. I'm laughing at myself. What can I say? I'm just putting in, you know, some of these little subtle wrinkly lines right now to get that skin texture. Oh, I wish you could get in here and see what this looks like. Now this is a little bit darker over here still, and it's a little too red for my likings. So I'm going to dust that one more time with the eraser. I say dust it, yeah. Because I don't want to go majorly heavy. I'm not painting the entire painting with this color. I can reduce some of this. A lot of this I'm going to be going back over with a darker tone anyways. To put in these wrinkles. Just lightening that. Alright. That looks better. Looking good. This is working out excellent. So, I am going to clean out my brush, stop recording, and I'm going to run to the pharmacy to get my prescription to help with my foot pain and my back pain. Keep me in your prayers, everybody, that things are going to start turning around and happening. so I can feel better. Okay. Well, I am back on this again. Oh, excuse me. Just had a little lunch. But anyways, little word of advice. I had to leave for a while, and I don't like leaving paint in my cup or in the needle. So I clean off the tip of the needle, and I put water in the cup and sprayed it out. Then I filled it again with water and just got it into the chamber and left it wet while I was gone. That way it doesn't dry up inside the nozzle on the tip right around the ring, and it doesn't dry up in the cup and become very hard to clean out. I'm still sticking with this same color like I was. I know for you guys it's going to be the same video. But what I did was I put a little saran wrap over my little shot glass mixing cup that I use, and then a little rubber band to hold the saran wrap down to act as a preservative so it doesn't dry out. I got a little paint left here, the mixture that I was using. Rather than mix it all again, I already had this. So let's just take an eyedropper, give it a little stir. Pick some up. Now I'm not going to be doing a big area, so I don't need a lot. Right now we're probably pretty good on most of this most of our spots. There's just a couple little areas I want to just do a little touch and start mixing in. Right. Got this area here that comes down and it blends off. And I also got a crease that I neglected to put in, so I'll just add a little bit of a crease here. Alright, go over to this side. The one wrinkle in my forearm, never paid attention to that I got a wrinkle in here or anything on my forearm. I guess things happen when you're fat. Then it kind of curves, and then we're bleeding away. I also got to think about hairs and such on my arm. Alright. The other thing I wanted to do is I wanted to go into the palm of the hand. Alright, hold on. I've got a little bit of this color in a few spots on the hand, not heavily in any means saturated or anything. So I'm just going to mist in a little of this color on some of these spots and up in around the fingers. It can be very loose on this point of it. I'm going to avoid getting really heavy too quick on any of this anyways. This is becoming more the shadow areas on the fingers and hands of the hand. Then I'll work in detail onto them. Just putting in where I'm seeing some of this. I don't want to fill it, because then everything's going to be monochrome, and that's one of the things I did wrong on the other one. I went almost too monochrome when we're not monochrome here. Not in this painting by the least. Alright. Just a few little spots on the fingers and in some of the areas. See, that's another place I missed. And along these creases, there's a little bit of this. And we'll work over each finger. Just a little bit on the outer edges. I'm going very, very lightly on this. Because I don't want my main color to be this yellow on the palm of the hand. Nope. Where was I when I was interrupted? Again. You got that right. Alright. I think we need a little more color over here. I happen to notice it needs to be shaded there. And a little shadow shading right here. Now, I'm gonna take it on the thing. I'm gonna put in a shadow from these because they're above the arm. To give it like a shadowy look to it. Okay. Back to the finger wingers. Let's put, I think we're gonna do just a wee bit. I want to clean this tip. Whoa, shooting things around. Got my trusty little cup of water. Just make sure that the tip is clear. No dry paint. It's inevitable you're going to get dry paint. I'm just re-emphasizing some of these lines in here, not a lot, because these are going to end up much darker. Wow. I'm just Mr. Popular as soon as I start to paint, huh? Oh, hold on. Wow, today's like doctor traffic. Constantly. They all want me. They want to stick needles in me and electrify me. Alright. I gotta finish this little bitty stuff up. Just putting in some of these light little creases. Oops, that was a little heavier than I wanted. Just to get a little bit of those shadowing marks in. Going very, very light. Well, my fingertip looks awful square on here. I didn't do a very good job on that. And I'm getting to the point where my back is hurting, leaning forward, and I'm getting tired. So, let's pull up a little closer. I used to stand at an easel all the time and do all my work. And I haven't done that in years. When I started having sciatica problems in my legs and my feet hurt so bad I can't even bear to do that no more. So I sit. That's why I had my wife get me a desktop easel for Christmas the other year. I like it. It's a lot more sturdy than my old stand-up easel. Alright, we're just coming to the end of just, light setup of my hand. Paying attention, giving general detail, or a general idea of placement for details. And over here. Alright. This time I won't go too dark on that palm. I think we're good in the neighborhood on this color. Like I said, I don't want to go too dark with it yet. There's no need to do that. Okay. Base color down. And let's do a little work now in with this just to get it started. The fingers, I don't have a lot of texture in the fingers, but I've never tried. I never tried my electric eraser on this. It would almost be interesting to see how that would pan out. I'm sure it will work. But right at the moment, I'm not willing to, I'm not willing to take that chance at the moment. My doggy's slumbering away. A little bit there. One thing I have noticed on Clayboard is when you erase, make sure you knock off that little bit of clay dust that you will get when you erase or scrape, for that matter. Knock off that clay dust, because if you paint on top of the dust on it, it will mix with the paint and actually lighten the tone. It's kind of an interesting thing. I found that out on the painting I did of Blind Bartimaeus. That was the title. His name was Bartimaeus, and Jesus healed him of blindness. He came to give sight to the blind, and to make the lame walk again. And he continues to do that even to this day. I'm a living testimony of that, believe it or not. Jesus sent me into the hospital with stomach problem that helped them discover my kidney cancer. And now, as answers to prayer on all my other ailments, things are coming together and taking shape. strange noise. Alright, let's get a little bit of detail into these fingers. I didn't put much color on them yet, so this is the I suppose on this surface, if you had a pinpoint eraser, per se, that you could go in and erase lines, you might not even have to go scratching so much. I know you're saying, what is he erasing? There's nothing there. I can hear you. I hear it. I'm crazy. That's why I'm an artist. Any artist knows this. We're all crazy. Just wanted to lay the start of this out. Now in the fingers, there's a lot of little detail. Alright. Such is that. There's a little wrinkly coming down. Just building these subtle textures up. Now let's, what time is it for me? Yeah, it's 2 o'clock. I think I'm going to call it a day for today. With all my running around, I didn't get a lot done. And that's okay. I hope you're enjoying this so far. I know I am thoroughly enjoying working on this new improved surface of Clayboard that I'm developing. No, I don't expect it ever to be a rival to ampersand Clayboard. It's just my alternative. My alternative to save me some money being I'm on disability. So. Okay. There it is for today. And I will be back shortly on this video. Oh, wait. I lied. I want to touch this up a little bit. I don't care for this too much. I'm not getting rid of it. I just got a little bit less. Just in there. And then, let's see. This is this wrinkle, so that goes there. So this comes down. And then we got another fairly good spot there. And then that comes up. Just kind of lightening this. Grand Central. Alright, we will be back with our next color. Well, I'm back today. I don't know how much I'm going to paint. I'm not feeling that great. I've got a took that new medicine last night. That kind of made me sick to my stomach and tired and nerves twitching, so I didn't get much sleep, and I'm still kind of nauseous. So I've got basic flesh color in here by EFX, and it pretty much matches the palm of my hand. So I'm misting over pretty much everything, and then going to erase detail into it. I don't want to go too deep yet. And I'm going over that yellow, that base that I put down, because it does blend in with the back of the hand. I'm just misting this right in. Now it's not too rosy. Over here it is, but then I'm going to take care of it in a while. What I did with the flesh tone is an opaque flesh, and it'll cover a little bit on this yellow, but it's an opaque flesh tone, so I did a heavier mixture of water and transparent to the flesh tone base. So I did, to make it more transparent, I went 4 water, 5 transparent base, and 3 opaque flesh. Now I could have gone just opaque flesh, but then I would have to be even more careful that I didn't overdo my... I gotta be also observant of which finger's pinker and which one's not. Once I put in the darker shades and shadowy areas, this will all blend a lot better. I'm going to run some up the middle of this forearm. And a little bit up the back. Alright, let's start putting a little detail into this. And then we can do another layer of it, and then the final detail. Yeah, medicine made me so nauseous, and it affected the way my mouth, because I couldn't swallow right. Not good. Not a good night. My leg was twitching. Felt like I was a doggy in the bed when they're dreaming. Okay. I got a chisel on this one, so I'm going to leave that. Alright, I got my hard eraser, soft eraser, and my Euro Tool scratch brush. And we'll get started on this hand at least today. Got another painting, commission painting coming, so I got to be ready for that. For when the boards, I ordered some ampersand boards for that, only because at the time I didn't know if I was going to get a good quality board out of this. Just putting in these little bit of highlights up in here, and then I'll when I missed it, down the top of the finger, here's a fingernail here, I think I need that a little more precise. It's hard to see. And then again, at this spot of the fingernail, there's a little highlight coming across at the cuticle. And we'll just kind of blend this together. We got to put a little texture back into that because of putting that. I mean, there's not a lot of texture. There's definitely a lot of different patterns going on in here. Lines going everywhere, every which way. In here, since they're tinier, I'm going to use the Euro tool. It's just like an eraser. The little glass fibers make it easier to scratch off paint off of there. Now, let's see, underneath it is the highlight there. Not so much back here. This is the highest part of the hand. So it's picking up that reflection off the light source. Not tallest, but you know, highest part of the palm. And most catching the light here and across here. And the rest of the crossed over here. You can do so much subtle erasing with this scratch brush on here. I just want to kick off these brightest spots. And then I'll come back in with the eraser and do the softer areas. I probably don't even really need to do this much detail in this. But you know me. If you follow my channel very much, you know I love to do all the little nuanced details and make it as close to realistic as I can. This is more open. And we got a couple that are down here, catching that reflected, and then a couple on here. I'm leaving a little space in between these marks because of the folds of the skin. And a couple little, I'm going to end up having to go in and hit some of these real bright ones later. That's pretty good for the brightest ones. Now we'll just hit some softer ones with this hard eraser. Just taking off a little paint. With the clay, you don't really have a lot of, you've got more leeway on the time frame before the paint settles and sets up. So the stuff I put on yesterday is a bit harder. We'll just work in some in the back. See how it's, doesn't want to give as much now. It's more scratching rather than, which is okay, because it's, I don't want to go down to the pure board. Back and forth motion seems to be working better. Just to rub it so you don't get those scratches. Back of this hand's going to get a lot more brown. Burnt umber, probably. And then up here, there's a little blue running through the hand from the veins underneath, a bluish purple. So we'll take advantage of that with a little bit of a bluish gray mist on it. Well, not so much mist, but kind of almost a figure 8 pattern type motion when I do that, I guess. Probably work the best. And then probably come back in and rework with some pink to blend it back. Get these back up. We got 2 right there. And then la 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 la. Oh man. Tried to eat a little lunch meat this morning after putting in a rough workout because I did not want to work out. It did not settle. Kind of making me want to throw up when I was working out. And afterwards I had to get my little protein in. Trying to get in shape so I don't need to worry about diabetes. But anyways, yeah, I working out, felt like I was going to throw up. Ate my little bit of turkey meat. I gotta stay away from the carbs and that because of my blood sugars. And man, I felt like I was gonna throw up again. So it's like there's no fight in this one, man. There's a now the top sides of these are catching the light more because of the way the hand is creased. I'm hoping I don't obliterate these. Trying to keep it real subtle because the last time when I did this painting, before I made changes, it just didn't, the hand just didn't look realistic. Too dark, too much brown, looked like I had been playing in the mud. Just getting these, some of these in. Now up in here, with the flesh tone, I think it's basically going to be the same flesh, just with a little burnt umber in it, I guess, and maybe a little yellow ochre or brown ochre, maybe brown ochre, truthfully. And then I'm gonna for the deepest shadows in the hand. Do a little of that blue. Real light. Real light. Try to get this realistic. Just putting these little marks in. It's working nice. It's working nice. Here I need this little chisel point. I think I may need to make it chiselier. Chiselier, is that a word? I don't think so. They've got mono erasers that have a chisel point, but I don't understand the point of that, because once you start erasing with it, that chisel goes away and now you got a regular roundy one. So okay, there we go. Nice little fine chisel point on there. I don't know how much you can see it, probably not. Okay, and we're just gonna hit that line there. I like to keep one round, one chiseled for real sharp edge work. Line down here. And you can put a couple little ones on here on that edge. You can put more of that detail in later. And go back up here. Just getting the shapes right now. I mean, it's probably so subtle on the camera that you can't see exactly. I could. Alright, let's do this. So you can see, I just gotta remember. Okay, and let me turn the camera this way. Let's back out a little bit as I work on this hand. Yeah, a little closer. That's not closer. Just tap me on the shoulder if I forget to change it back. There we go. So I'm working up in here. I can't see because the red dots on the camera and stuff. All the readouts, but I'm bringing in the highlights on these creases. And again, I got that chisel point. And then down right underneath this little shadowy in the joint, and same down here on this one. And then we got just kind of trying to follow the shapes of what's on the finger in the image. There's some creases coming down because they're a little bit older hands. And we got some coming this way. Haven't heard from the doctor yet. That's the funny part. I gave her a message saying what was going on with my stomach and everything. She's probably going, this guy's a pain in my butt already. Why did I take him on? Okay, next finger. You know, I wonder if it'd be better do one finger at a time, then come in with a second coat and go back and work it and just keep going that way. It probably doesn't matter, right? Which way I go. Probably be less boring for everybody watching. Drew liked my post on, well, a lot of people have liked it, on the new Clayboard mix and how I cradled the back of it for a flatter surface. Kind of nice when you have a huge name airbrush artist liking your work. It feels like, hey, I'm doing something right for once. There's a crease coming down here and a second crease next to it. Let's work in that. And then in the middle of the hand, and then we're back down into here. Just there. Now we got, before I miss it, since I'm going so subtly. Alright. Now let's I forgot to do work in the thumb here. Alright, let's give it another coat of the base, or the flesh tone. Now we'll come across these creases a little more. We'll paying a little more attention now to the darker pink areas. I don't want to make it all one even pink. It would look stupid. Wouldn't look right. As you get further into it, you can increase some of the depth of it. fingers are darker, so I can go a little bit heavier on that. Okay. Now we'll go back and do it up again. Let's try with the Airbrush, and we'll just pick out the brightest. We'll just pick out these brightest little spots in here where the light's the brightest. Then we'll start coming in, we'll add that darker tone to it and see. See over here. Fingernail still here, and I'll let it highlight back down here, pop that back out, and let's see here. There's a lot of little ones in here, truthfully. One of the things is for me at least, I don't know with Drew's paintings how he picks out the shapes and areas, and a lot of times doesn't even use a flesh tone in there, but he sees the other colors, and my eye is not exactly that keen to pick those all out like that. I mean, I can pick out color, but for my way of painting, I find it, for me, a little easier to gradually build up all over and then mist, probably from my t-shirt background. Let's see, over here there's a couple that are hotter. Not too many actually. Just a few that are real hot. And what I mean hot is bright. They stick out. Like a white reflection rather than a subtle. Let's see what we can do in here. This is a soft eraser. Just gonna lighten up a couple spots across here where there's the shape of the palm coming across. Alright, let's oh, yeah, I can. It is pinky. There's not a bright highlights. They're softer. So I'm just gonna rub that back a little. Same here. Up on this finger, there's a little more. I don't know, what did I do? I got a piece of eraser stuck there. All right, let's do that flush tone over again, but we're gonna make it really thin because I pretty much have used up all the flush tone in here. So we're gonna go back in with our I don't know why I did that many. Oh my. Who's it now?
Call from 15855867550.
I have no clue. Wherever it was hung up. I put in a little.
Hello, this is Neurology Associates.
Oh.
A Rochester calling to be.
Okay, sorry for the interruption. Ooh. I just had this open and it didn't do that to me. And put in 3 drops of the opaque flesh. Man, come on. Give me a hard time here. There we go. And bum, 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 bum. Trying to figure out what this shadowy color is. Like I said, I think I'll do a burnt umber in there. Just 1 drop of burnt umber. Maybe a blue. It looks like a blue to me. Not a marine blue. This might go gray on me, so. I'm kind of doing all the colors of the spectrum. Hey, let's see what color we get. We get a steel gray. And that's kind of what I was looking for. You can test it. I think it'll work in there. And maybe go gray later. Gray. Is there a such thing? Alright. Let's put this on top of our... Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. Alright. We're just gonna start putting in some of the little background detail. Almost looks like it could use a purple. I'm gonna go very subtle as I lay in these shadowies. See, over the top of that already flesh color. We're just going to use this in the creases then. I don't think it's going to work for the shadows, but in the deepest creases we can put it. And just so everybody is aware, I'm working at 25 psi. creating a shadow. Now in here, I was saying about how the veins kind of in the back of the hand, going over that pink, it'll turn it a little purple. And it'll give that, just kind of going in a figure 8 movement, just to give that little bit of look to it. I think this with a bit more brown in it probably would be fine. Just starting out with this to see where we gotta go. If I go too yellow, it'll go brown on me. Now the back of the hand. Just to start to get that in there. And very subtly start getting that in there. Now we got lines on the edges of these highlights. And then this one right here. And everything's solid. Alright, we've got a blue vein going here. Still not sure how I'm going to create the hairs on my arm. Might have to draw them in with a pencil. And Let's start doing a little bit of these shadows. And a little mist over here. You're probably thinking I'm wacko doing blue. But there's blue inside the gray, and once I put the brown over it, which I'm going to add the brown to it in a little bit. So intricate, so intricate. But the hand is starting to take some shape. Can't tell I'm there. What finger is this? Just kind of blocking it in a little bit. Okay. Now I'm going to take, I think, and hit this with a little bit Tender Love and Erasing. So just to start, you can see the erasing texture is a lot easier. Almost see a violet brown in it. No way. Gotta go check on laundry. Alright, I am changing out my color right now. I'm gonna go to a chocolatey brown. You start getting these more accurate shadow patterns. Just gonna rinse out the blue for the most part in the gun. I'm going to a darker color so it will override what was in the gun, so I don't need a thorough cleaning. But let's let's not mess with that too much. I think just the burnt umber itself would probably be good. So we're gonna try this. We're gonna put 2 drops water. As you can tell, I like to use transparent base a lot. 3 drops transparent base. Let's go 1 drop. Now let's do 2 drops. 2 drops burnt umber. This may be a little too chocolatey. That's the deepest shadow area, I think. So we are going to do 1 drop of golden ochre in it. So that's 2 drops golden ochre to That's probably pretty good. I'm almost wanting to, if I put in 1 orange, it's going to be too much. Yeah, I don't want to do red. Red will go too far. So let's do 1 orange. Alright, that's 2 burnt umber, 1 orange, 1 yellow ochre. There we go. That's it. That's the color I'm looking for. Alright. Get this started through. And we'll probably just start right up in the fingertip. Just start misting it in slowly so we don't go too far too fast. This is a transparent color, so it will deepen and deepen and deepen. And just putting in a little bit of modeling of the finger. Very precise now. Like last time, I don't want to go dirty. Burnt umber is a little difficult color to work with. I don't know why. It's always been a little finicky on the way it sprays. I think the pigment, unless it's a burnt umber hue, but if it's pure burnt umber, it's a little bit harder to work with. Of course, this is not pure burnt umber anyways now. Can really get in there and do these little fine lines with this color. And up here we get a little line. Not bad. We can go a little bit darker here. Okay, and I want a little heavier here, so this is a nice thing about the Clayboard. I can go in like this and lighten that without taking it off with the soft eraser. You can get really sharp details coming out of it. Like so. Just brushing off those eraser, because they're going to end up getting stuck in the paint if I spray on top of them. Yeah, there. Stupid eraser. There we go. I don't know if you can see that. I hope you can. Sorry, I'm very quiet. This almost looks more yellow to me. I have to go back in with a little yellow ochre over some of this. Gotta be very careful I don't whack my board. Up here. That was a little too heavy. Soften those up a little bit. Back here there's a lot of skin texture. Just build this up gradually so I don't overshoot it. Easier to add than take away. Okay, this one here is the darkest. And we got some pores in here. That's that one. Just making sure I'm on the right one. And this is this one. There's a little metal shadow underneath there. I hope you're picking up some tips and ways to work on this to help your own painting. Trial and error. That's all I can say. It's all trial and error. Just a little wrinkly on this area. Getting some of these little crisscross patterns of the flesh, make it look more real. You gotta be careful not to overdo this. But that hand's starting to take good shape. I'm liking it. There's a couple little creases here. And kind of push this back a little bit. Probably a little more yellow needed up in there. A little more yellowy brown. And over here, this one comes more like so. Okay. Probably. If I hit these too hard, I can always go back in and softly erase on them. Just gradually building up those little lines. Now on the back side of this vein, we can shadow that a little. You can get this and on the back of the arm, we're just a little bit of texture going around like this, I guess. Starting to look like a hand, I guess. What do you think? This finger up here, both of these are dark, not darker. Very sorry, not much talking here. I'm just tired. Not feeling that today. Probably should just shut down for so I don't screw things up just trying to get things done. There's no deadline in this painting. And then just that little tiny bit right there. Just trying to fade it into the hand without much. Just putting in a little bit of the shadowies. Give a little more shape to the hand. Now these down here are a little bit darker, but I can't be as timid as I am. Okay, and up this side, this comes a lot darker. Alright, I've, one side of one memory card was full. I think I forgot to delete yesterday's. But, got some of this in here. So I want to go back in now, I guess, and take some of these spots and create a little more contrast on some of these. Just a little, not a lot. I think we're a lot better off than the original work I was doing on it. I just gotta be willing to go dark. It's so scary to go dark on this. Just get this fingertips in, and then I'm going to call it a day. One aid I've found when picking out colors and trying to blend them and match them is there's an app called Color Picker, and if you're having a hard time figuring out what color to blend and mix in to closely match what you want for on the painting, your reference image, Color Picker works very good as long as you mix that color that you picked. The only thing, there's another one called Pixel Editor, I think it was, or something Pixel. The only thing I find with that is it'll take an individual pixel, and if anybody knows anything about photos and such, especially digital, each little pixel is like on a printing press. You've got little dots of paint or ink, and each one of those dots blend together to make a color. So with the Pixel one, if you pick on one pixel, it may not be the overall color for that area. It may be just that one pixel. So you gotta be careful with that. Color Picker works a little bit better, I think, for overall color. Now if it's a solid massive color and having it next to a bunch of other colors is throwing you, then yeah, Pixel Editor is okay. I think that's looking like a good hand. Kind of liking it. Almost want to go throw a little yellow in there and go over it with a little yellow on the fingertips. Just getting these little spots where the rises in the palm from folding the hands. Got to get real nitty gritty on this, and I'm not in any way in the mood for that today. I really apologize. Here. Darn the eraser. I keep putting pieces back. Yeah, this is making me much happier how this one's turning out now. I'm pretty pleased. Pretty pleased. over here, let's just hit this a little because it's before I forget about it. Just to create that bit of skin texture. Otherwise it's not gonna look right. Just doing a really random squiggly down in here. And then over here, the texture is kind of lines coming up. The flesh folds. It's a lot smoother in the arm than something like that. I gotta start concentrating on getting rid of these orange lines too. You don't want to see them in your finished work. Otherwise it won't look right. You know? Let's see, what do I gotta do? And then we got, I keep forgetting to do the back of this thumb. See in here, this is all really, it's part of the thumb. And just random, just rubbing it in to lighten it. And leaving spots for texture. Same over here. So that's pretty set. So if I put a color on top, I could erase back into that. And look over in here. So it doesn't become all flat, because it's not. So that's just going back to yesterday's color. Beauty. Perfect. Now, what I think I will do, I'm going to take this color and lighten it with the golden yellow, that what's left in here. I'm just going to mist a little bit on these fingers. Spray that through until I get the yellow. Make sure I got the yellow yet. Alright. Now it's just on these fingertips. Just a little bit of yellow into there. Because it's not looking natural. And then along here. Yeah, that looks better. Over here, this looks even more red, reddish pink. Just on the back side here. And then maybe down along this arm a little more. Yep. It's working. It's working. It's working. A little of that into the fingernail. And then the tip of this thumb. A little more right there. Over here it's a little more pink, but maybe just a little there. Not too much. There. Maybe what we'll do now, before I shut her down, we'll make a real thin burnt umber. Mix that up. It's mostly just water and burnt umber. Probably a fake call. Yep. No one answered. I think they forgot to answer. Yeah, thought I lost my cat. Alright. Let's just get really nitty gritty on these lines. Same over here. I mean, these are the hairiest of hairlines. Whoa, that was a mistake. Let's let that dry a little. This is the other thing with it. There we go. There. That spot bothers me anyways. hitting some of the darkest little spots on these wrinkles. Now these down here get a little bit darker. And again, I don't want this a solid mass back here because it's not. I'm just going to kind of give fade strokes inwards as we go up. Now this one. I got it. Alright, this one's supposed to go up and over and in. Kind of like that. Building up this dark here is all. Get that palm. I heard the laundry blow. I gotta go down to that. Truthfully, it's just my wife's comforter for the bed. Not even laundry today. This is Wednesday. Laundry day's Thursday or Friday, depending on my appointments. And take this down a little bit. Okay. So let's open these back up a little more. Couple little spots. Okay. Gonna probably leave this off here, this spot today. Just a little bit more done. Okay. All this over here, this is all gonna be covered up. It's gonna be dark, so I'm not too worried about bleed off and overspray. Take this back a little. Same here. Subtle is better. Getting there. I may go over with a little more pink for the flesh in the fingertips, mostly on this side, these sides. But, yep, and I'll be back on it tomorrow, I guess. Or, no, actually Friday. Well, we are back again in painting on this hands sin Shackles, and I had to take a break on it. The reason why I'm saying back again, I was working on a commission for a fellow Christian businessman for pet passages, working on a pet portrait. So I've mixed up just a pink base, very close to the original flesh tone. I only added a little, because this side of the hand is very, very pink flesh. If you ever look at the hands, they're very, very pink. Don't try to be generalizing. A friend of mine asked why this side didn't look very in focus or dark and that, and when she came over and looked at the painting itself, she's like, oh, because it's not in focus yet. She thought the camera had screwed up, and I'm like, no, just the way I'm painting it at the moment. Very soft and subtle tones till I get to the darker shades. But been a blessing to be able to work on this with you guys. Had to turn down decided to turn down a painting project because I didn't feel comfortable in the subject matter. There was nothing terribly wrong with it. But I'm trying to stick with my convictions, and it was no judgment on the persons wanting to have it done. They can wear what they want, and we're free in that. I just, I dedicated using my talents for the Lord solely. Oh, wow, that was a little too pink in there. I gotta hit that with some golden ochre right now that I look at it, which is fine. Yeah, it's they wanted a skull and on a welder's helmet, and I had decided a long time ago that I wanted to solely keep my art serving the Lord with my artwork, and I didn't want to do that type of subject matter anymore. I feel convicted not to go in that direction anymore. And it's no judgment against the person or anything else. It's just my own personal how I want to use my art and serving the Lord. One of the things I should have done when I was originally working on this is done both hands with colors at the same time, and that way I could keep them relatively close in tone. It's a little harder. See, one's catching the light more than the other, so there are going to be some tonal differences. But this, I don't know why, this painting I'm kind of struggling a little bit with, and I'm not sure what the reason is. It's just not coming off the way I was hoping. I'm just putting in areas of this pinker flesh on the palm of that hand to bring that out, especially under here. A little more. Okay, and let's do the same over here. We'll start laying it in a little bit thicker. Yeah, I'm laying it on thick, ain't I? Try to get this likeness in shape. And I'll work in a little closer detail. This is very generalized right now. Spoke with Iwata about that bent needle tip. I don't know. No, that was on the pet portrait. Yeah, I opened up a new needle because I had bumped the tip of this needle, or not this one, but my other needle. And unfortunately, the brand new needle was bent. And so I sent a message to Iwata and told him, you know, I just opened up the package. I hadn't even used it yet. And when I went to clean the tip of the needle with a swab, it was already bent. It pulled on the cotton swab. And left cotton on it. And I was a little bit dismayed. I'm like, whoa, are you kidding me? Brand new. Brand new, and I gotta deal with paint. It was, it kept tip drying way too quick. And it was mainly because of the needle tip was slightly bent. I mean, microscopically, almost. I could see it when I looked in with the shadow from putting it in front of the light, you could tell. But to the naked eye, it was very hard to see it. You had to get it under the magnifying glass to really see that little bend. And it was when you put the tip of the cotton on it and you pull it away from the tip of the needle, it was leaving a little bit of hair from the cotton swab still on the needle tip. And it shouldn't do that. It should come off nice and clean. So anyways, Iwata got back to me and said, we're really, really sorry that that happened. They wanted to see the picture of the needle tip, but I had already had to straighten it out in the sharpener, which I hate to do off a brand new needle. So I stuck it in the sharpener and just gave a quick little couple strokes to it and cleaned it up so it will work. That's what I'm using now. I'm using that needle, but they said we'll send you. They asked for at least a picture. I offered to send a picture of the packaging for proof that it was a brand new needle that I had purchased, and they're sending me a new one, a replacement one. So I'll have another spare needle. I mean, this one's working sufficiently. It's not the best. But okay, all I'm doing now is I'm bringing back just a few of the highlights. Into what I just put on. I'm using the hard eraser for this one, I think, for this side. Oh, I just got a message. My phone's still on silent. Sorry about this. So, anyways, just putting these in. Wish there was an easier way. I find it. Hands are daunting. They're very hard to get accurate. Even drawing. I have a little easier time drawing hands than painting hands. I think it's because there's so many lines to do in it, and just hard to get them to look right. I mean, here we got our hands at the end of our arms, and we barely ever pay attention to what they look like. Yeah, kind of silly. Silly thoughts. I don't know. My guess is as good as yours. This is just a creative painting anyways. It's not meant to be photorealistic. I'm just doing it because I had an inspiration of something I wanted to put across. If you hear me grunt and groan, that's my back. It's really, really bugging me anymore. Doctors are trying to figure out what's going on. I had all those appointments last week with the doctor for my back. Had an MRI done, and turns out which I knew, I've got some bulging discs, and between T4, or the main one is L4 and L5, there's a bulge, and something else is wrong on it. And then T5 or L5 and S1, which is into your lower spine and your tailbone, is bulging out, and it's pinching on the sciatic nerve that comes out in that area, and another nerve, I forget what it is, and I really believe that's what's causing my foot pain. So, going to see a neurosurgeon on in April. I decided to wait till April just to spread things out. It's been getting a little expensive going to the doctors anymore. Plus I got a doggy that needs vet visit today. It's eating up all our cash. So I'm gonna wait until April so we got a little more saved. I can have it looked at, and you know, if I have to do something. They tried me on medicine, but I didn't like the side effects. Some neuro inhibitors, gabapentin, and it was messing with my vision already, which it says it will, or it can, and it was also bothering my shoulders and that, making my shoulders feel real weak. So I'm choosing to not take it. Not because I'm stubborn, but my artwork, the artwork I do before the Lord is more important than my back feeling that good. It's a sacrifice I'm gonna make to serve the Lord, and I pray He honors it. I pray a full healing. I could go for a miracle. I'm sure a lot of you guys could. I hope my viewership picks up. I'm getting again noticing it's dropped off immensely, and I don't know if I'm going to continue. Yeah, the most important is the word getting out, but if I can't get the viewers, people to watch and listen, then what good is what I'm doing? It's not. I'm not getting the Lord's word out. However, the scripture just came in my mind: be faithful in season and out of season. Maybe right now I'm out of season. It's funny because a lot of people are like, oh no, I like watching, you know, the full-length videos so I can get more information and detail and know what you're doing, and yet by the amount of views, it doesn't seem that way. I don't understand what people are talking about. If they're not staying tuned and they're not watching, how are they being taught? You know, you gotta stick it out and watch and learn. So, well, leave it in the Lord's hands, and I'll do what I can do. I need a new program so that I could maybe, you know, show a couple things of what I'm working on and then fast forward, but I don't have $60 to put towards a new program for my PC. And a little spittle. That's okay, it's in the base layer. So yeah, that's where I'm at right now. I'm between a little bit of a rock and a hard place where that goes. Yeah, I'm not There's no way I can get in all this detail over here. It's too immense. Too big a project over here. Yeah, this homemade clayboard that I made this time came out really nice for using for these things. I'm really enjoying it, the way it's working. I gotta put a little more yellow golden ochre into this color. That's in my brush. I can keep the base flesh tone this color. Let's see. It's weird. There's a couple creases coming down over here. What a day. Alrighty. At least I got my rash fixed up on my leg. Turns out it was eczema. I never had problems with eczema before, so that was an interesting thing. The thing that I found most amusing in all of that is people in the emergency room. Since I went for the MRI, I figured, hey, I'm at the hospital, I'll just pop into emergency and have them take a look at it, you know, see what they think. And it turned out it was eczema. They did not know. That was the funny thing. They're looking at it and they're like, oh, I don't know what it is. I'm gonna guess it's ringworm. Well, it's not ringworm. It wasn't ringworm. I knew that from the beginning. So wasted $90 there going into the doctors. So I wasted 10 going to my doctor, 10 going to the, or 90 going to emergency, and then another 50 from the HSA going into another 50 going into what do you call it, the dermatologist finally, and she looked at it. No, that's eczema. She's like, I see that all the time, especially this time of the seasons. She said it's so dry outside, and especially with my age and the kidney surgery, the amount of water I'm drinking, all that tied together, it caused an eczema outbreak. I've never had eczema problems that I know of. Unless I have and don't really pay attention to it, I don't know. But anyways, that's all healed up, praise the Lord. What I should have done, if I were a smarter cookie, was gone into the dermatologist first off. Said, hey, what's this? Because I don't need referrals on my insurance. I think I got enough detail in here. I don't want my hands too crinkly wrinkly. How's that for a word? Crinkly wrinkly. I'm going to quick mist over this. Get a little more color onto the hand. It'll darken what was already on there, and then push back the white highlights to make them more flesh tone. I don't have to do a lot of detail at the moment. Let's put a little more pink over here. I think we're missing. And then over the palm. And on the hands over here, or the arms. I'm not too worried about overspraying on that. And there's the middle. Aye. So, what I think I'm going to do, I'm not even sure what I'm going to do here. Just re-emphasizing some of this areas. Get this tied together. Down here is quite red. And I have to put in a little red in here. Let's do that real quick. I can do that. Can I add just 2 drops? And then some transparent base. Being that that's an opaque. Let's see, do we want an orange or we want a red? Let's go orange. We'll just add 1 drop of orange to this. This is just for a couple select areas. And you can do this with your paints. And I think I might brighten this with a little yellow ochre. I'm not gotta protect that needle. Hold on a second. Sorry, technical difficulties. My brain went to sleep here. Had a minor disaster happen. I bumped the tip on the needle, or the tip of the needle again on the plastic, which I hope it's not damaged. If it is, I'll be stopping that. But I had my sizzle stick in my hand because I was mixing that orange, and it shot orange paint everywhere. So I had to do a little repair work. Just taking off the paint. So I gotta manage to fix that. I mean, it shouldn't be too hard. On here, here I can just work that into the texture. I haven't even begun to start on that. I'm just taking off the most. Alright, get that. Get rid of that here. So, what we're going to do in this spot, and this is kind of a good thing. We'll look at that needle tip. Make sure I didn't bend the needle tip before I go on. Get up any orange. I had to get up and go check my glasses. I didn't want orange paint to dry on my glasses. I don't care if it gets on my tabletop or even on my stand over here. That's okay. My biggest concern was touching that needle tip with there we go. Just threading that on. Wanted to concentrate on doing. Man, that was a technical disaster. So hopefully it didn't affect anything. Let's go back to what I was going to do. Add a couple drops of that golden ochre into that flesh tone. Let's add just a touch more flesh tone to that. Maybe, maybe not. Alright. Let's see where we are, because it was too orange. Yeah. Yeah, I think that'll work. Just altering the tone. Waiting to hear that shift through. I don't know. The Lord's speaking to my heart lately about stepping out of airbrushing. I don't know if it's age related. Alright. Yeah, it's a fairly decent orangey tone. Now let's make sure the needle tip is still good. I'll just clean off with a cotton swab. And there we go again, it is bent. Because now I'm leaving cotton fibers again. I don't want to sharpen it down again, but I may have to if this starts clinging to it. So I'm just going to take in some of these areas that need this little bit of orange tint coming in. You say orange, why are you putting orange? Yeah. It's not bad. Maybe. Just so you're aware, I'm up on 30 psi. I raised it up a little this time. I was working with 40 psi or 25, and I decided today to go and bump it up a little. Oranges and yellows will give it a warmer glow to the painting. So I don't want it to be a cold image. This seems to be working okay. should carry this color into the other hand too. Oh. Yeah. My back is just bothering me. Okay. Just don't need it all over. Just a few spots in here to give it a more natural glow. Okay. And then let's see, over on this hand, is there a, yeah, a little bit up in the fingertips, I think. It needs a little bit up in this brown area. I think I went a little. Across here. A little in here. Just looking to see where it's got a little of these spots of orangey look to them. And then here, and back down the back of this arm, a lot of it. And mostly what it is reflective tungsten lighting in the house, I think. That I gotta figure out how to, I wanna fix that spot. Alright. I think next is burnt umber into this flesh tone and maybe some sepia smoke. I think what I'll do on down in here is I gotta kind of fade this into the surrounding areas and then I can blend it back down with some flesh. Because you don't want that hard see, it was a really hard edge. I don't know if you how much you can see of that. But if I take down that hard edge on that white spot, truthfully, this is, I think, what Drew Blair calls the spot of death. So, this is how you do it. This is how you do it. And because of overspray with the airbrush, you gotta kind of work out into the surrounding areas. Okay? So you can blend it back down in. That way you won't have horrible color shift. So we're going to incorporate it. We're actually going to make it into flesh texture down in here anyways, because I haven't really done much of anything. I'm just doing circular patterns, leaving some paint. Yeah, sure, I grabbed a rubber spot. Now we got another. We can turn that into a scar if we wanted to. Alright. But anyways, We're just going to turn this into a little skin texturing in here for the moment, and we'll come back. You could do a sandpaper and scribble around on it. I'm not that comfortable doing sandpaper. I don't know what it is. To me it gives too much. I just caught the wood and made it worse. I am not having a good day here. No, don't want to do that. Where's my pencil sharpener? There it is. My eraser was too close to the wood. Now I got another spot over here to fix up. I can make it into a scar. Let's blend that away. Here I went from one spot to working into two spots. Silly. See what I made me do? Yeah, let's give it a shot with this. I don't want to do this, but I'm probably going to have to. I got to soften that a little too. So, this is how we fix our mistakes. I'm just softening out. Then what I'll do is I'll go back in with a pinkish yellow. So, where are we? So I can probably blend this with this one, since that color's almost the same. There. Just lightly over and over. Let that dry up a little, set up a little bit. We'll put a little over this, because this middle part anyways is a shadowy area. And then that comes down. And we got a little more. Alright, that works out okay. I hadn't planned on working on the arm yet, but that's the way it's gonna be. Got them a little too orange. Okay, let's go back into this. Just putting in some skin texture into this. Not taking it down to the white. At least not trying to. Okay. Try to match this up a little bit, because there is this skin texture going on in here. I got an idea. Just being a bigger area, I could try to do different things. I got just a big pink pearl eraser from drawing. Let's clean off our what I should do is, I've got a couple of these. I gotta find the other ones. What I'm doing is I'm taking off the pencil that was on here, the graphite, so it won't get on my drawing, and just softly do circular motions. This will soften all of it. Same over into here. Doing the same thing. It's just I'm doing a larger area, so might as well use a larger eraser to do it. Alright, putting texture in there. I could use a gummy eraser if I wanted. That'll take it a little more aggressively. And I think we're gonna do that too. Because this arm gets pretty light right in here. Just working that eraser around. And then again, down in here. Okay. Just pretty much, I'm not erasing into it. I'm just lightening some of the stuff that I just put on a little bit, and go down in a complete area even, and lighten. Just gotta be careful you don't make scratch marks in it. Okay, there we go. That's good enough with that one. I don't want to do too much of that. And this will help. Just lightening up that one spot coming down. And let's see, over here, same thing. This spot coming down. I could do this with the smaller relation. I got pretty much a sharper edge right there, so I'm just doing an overall, going down that thumb. This is where the light hit it from above. Alright, good enough, good enough. And then in this side, we gotta go back to that hard eraser and start developing these a little more on the edges of these wrinkles. Going up into the hand, up on the thumb. That way we got a pattern going up that thumb. Not taking off all the paint, just little spots that coincide with the way the wrinkles are. And it'll create that highlight going up that finger. So you can see that. It's got that form to it now, coming up it. And a little more right here. Keeping it rather loose. Then on the fingertips, it's a little brighter right there, because we had sprayed over that, if you remember. Missed it over, so we'll bring those highlights back up. Just a couple on the tips of the fingers, because they're the parts that are catching the light the most. And then on these fingers too, I can pull back up some highlights. It'll also help sharpen these up a little more. Here, we've got right there. Gotta be careful as you get into the thicker, heavier paint. It'll take it off more in scratch looking marks than Unless you got a sharp, real abrupt highlight. And down here. And then this one. I tell you, if you want to really learn control and working on erasing techniques, even painting, just in general, painting techniques, in drawing even, use your hands as an example. It's right there. You don't need a photo reference. You can look right at your hand if you wanted. But I mean, you learn a lot about form and shadows and shapes when you work on your hands. And I think that's why they used to do that in drawing class. Have us work with our drawing hands over. Oh my gosh. I felt like I had 15 pages of hands and feet in my one drawing pad. Got a lot of little scratch marks or not scratch marks, highlights and such going on in here. I think I need the mono zero eraser in there. I gotta get away from that hand. I got do a little more work in here. Right. And I could work these to death, man. Pardon me. It's so much little work in this. And little details. It's amazing. It just all depends how much I want to do into it. Again, this is a mono zero eraser. I don't know what that was. I think it was my phone. It's essential to get your little details in first before you go in and start getting heavier with your paints. I'm just putting in a little texture on this wrist here. Excuse me. Now that's got to be shaded, but I want to put a little texture in it. I'm going to shadow this anyways down in here. Alright. let's start working in some of our darker tones. So I'm gonna go back into the stuff that's in my cup, that orange. And some water. I'm gonna go back and grab some more of that base flesh. Maybe. Then I want to do a fair amount of the transparent base, because that flesh, remember, is an opaque. So I really gotta turn that into a transparent by adding a lot of transparent base to it. And let's see, this is burnt umber, yes. 2 burnt umber. And let's go sepia smoke to this one. Okay. This is gonna be kind of dark, so I gotta be careful. And let's not shoot paint all over the place again. There's definitely a brown flesh tone. And I think I might warm it up with a little bit of violet. Yeah, some red violet. Yeah, let's go some red violet into that. Or maybe not. Come on. Man, nothing's working right today. It didn't want to come out. Mix that up again. Well, that's really violet. Well, we can actually use this. Not going to be where I want what I wanted at first, but instead of going deep yet, what I'm going to do is take this. Let's add it to our shadowy areas. Some of them at least. Sometimes the Lord just directs what we're doing more than what we think we are doing on our own. He is the more perfect creator, so let's listen to him. Because truthfully, there are a lot of violets and purples and blues in the hand because of underneath tones, you know. So actually this color by accident just happened to work out. Here. want to make it too strong and too opaque. I might want to even take and thin it a little bit. Maybe a couple of these little spots. Just to bring this hand back into the realm. Because truthfully, these brown creases didn't look that good yet. And I think it's because they're not really that brown. So let's give them a little shade of this. I think it's working. So get that hand working out here. Yeah, this color is actually a good color to use here. It's a violet flush tone. And we can darken it later with a little bit of burnt umber and some reds. Yeah, that actually is working out very nicely. I like where this color went. Sometimes you just happen to mix something, it's like, it ain't gonna work. But once you put it on your painting, it's like, whoa, that is a good color to work into there and to use. Because it warms, purple on brown, or violet on brown, warms that color up and it enriches the browns. Just doing real tiny lines in here. That looks like I got a bump on my hand. And just defining that hand a little more, we'll go into these areas. Yeah. Down more. Okay, and then we got a little bit on this area. It's working out pretty good with this color, especially going over the deeper browns. It warms them up, takes away that muddy look to them. hand's hurting today. Might have. Alright, man. This looks looking good. Oh, I'm forgetting all about my other hand. Let's start to do this one. Yeah, what did I do? Let's just I'm kind of jumping back and forth in different areas. I don't know. It just doesn't look right to me down there, but it's got to go dark, so it's going to be what it is. And same with over here. Just got to work it. Go back over to the other hand. Let's thin this down a bit more. Maybe a little more transparent. I can always, if I don't use all this color, suck the color out and really viscous. Okay, back over into this hand. Start putting that color in here. Pay a little attention, more attention to detail at the moment. Yep. I don't want to try to do all of it again. Like, that's what I went wrong with the first time. Is I tried to use one color for everything, and that was a big bad amateur mistake. Do that again. putting it in where I see it. We're gonna start defining some of these wrinklies. Let's go back up into the fingers now and start doing a little bit of work in the fingers. Try to keep an overall sense of the painting as I'm going, so I don't go overboard in one area. It's easier to darken than it is to lighten. Slowly getting there. Make sure I keep my eye on my reference, so I'm not just making things up. Finger all the way up the side. And up here. I think I need a lot more of this color into this. I really think I hyped it up more than I could chew on these hands. Now that don't look right to me, because it isn't. There's not these balls of color. There's a lot of little stuff in there. Okay. Oh man, I am tired already. And there's that. There's this one. There's a little bit of two-dot there. And then on top of this one. We're getting there slowly, huh? Alright, let's sit back, take a little look-see, see what I'm doing here. We got a little bit of coverage here. Only problem is I got shadow coming from behind me, which is messing me up. I'm gonna have to close that shade, I think. Oh, pardon me for a minute. I gotta take a break. I'm gonna shut this down for a little bit and take a break, take a breather. So, now, got a little drink of water. What I think I'm gonna start doing now, I think I'm gonna take this paint that's in the cup, take it out, give me a little leave just a touch in there. I'm praying I can recreate this color later. I've always kind of winged it anyways with colors. It's just been something I've always done. Probably just laziness. But anyways, I want to take that color and then I'm going to, I left a little bit of that purple in there. And I think what I'm going to put in a fair amount of sepia smoke into it. But I also want to You know, put 3 water. I'm gonna go 50-50, I think. 3 sepia smoke. Sepia smoke is fairly transparent, so I really don't think I need to. And then what's left in the brush, I think I'm just gonna back flush, then stir it up. I don't like to back flush too often because putting back pressure into the brush, if you don't have a good seal on your packing bearing, you will make a mess internally. Let's make sure I got my dark color coming through there. Alright, the paint is broken. I think I'm going to have to add a wee bit more sepia smoke to that. Isn't that broken? I shouldn't say broken. It's not. Could be even my colors are starting to separate in my bottles. They're old. I really would love to buy some new. The sepia smoke in the ETAC EFX line does. Oh, what was I gonna say? It's more purple than the Createx paints, the sepia smoke. So if you're coming from one system to another, you really got to take into account the difference in their tones and shades. So just be careful. I'm going to start on this. I hope I'm not. I probably am. I'm going to enlarge this and see if I can't start to add some dark tones just gradually. I think I'm going to eventually, I don't know, if I stick with painting, airbrushing, I'll probably end up getting a Blair trigger. For a little more control. And let's try this in here. Gotta do something. Just to get these looking, you know, same color. I think I need the flesh tone into this a little bit more. It's too much sepia, I think. have no clue what that noise was. That was a weird noise outside. Don't want to destroy this. I think we got to put a little brown into this. I don't know. It's just too gray for me. Maybe we'll take what's in here and we'll do a burnt umber. Just one drop of burnt umber. And one drop of golden ochre. Kind of green. I don't know. Let's see what color it looks. Kind of a greenish tint. And let's do this. Let's take that color. I have an idea of what I want to do. I'm going to make a very transparent color out of this. Almost like when we pastel shade something, you know, and just use that color. Let's see what this does. Whoa, I almost blew it all out of the brush. Oh man. We're just gonna slightly shade this and start building this up real slow. Let's see. Yeah, it's very pastel. Almost a non-existent color, but it might be what I need to do to gradually bring this where it's supposed to be. Hardest part is having it that large. Well, that's, I don't know, man. Just not where I want to be. It's almost too thin. Well, it's gone. That could be why. testing it out, I sprayed it out. So what we're gonna do, I will take 1 drop of flesh. I'm gonna go 1 drop of flesh in here, the opaque. And we're gonna go 2 drops of 3 drops of sepia. One drop of golden ochre. Eight drops of transparent base. Four drops of water. We're back to that greenish color. It's kind of a tan. I don't know. It's a flat tan, almost going gray. Spray that through. Let's check the color on our paper. Alright. That worked. That worked out for a light shadowing technique to start with. It's too watery again. Man, I am just not having luck with this. It's blowing out the colors. Alright, let's go back to sepia. And one flesh. Too blown out. It's gonna destroy that. Let's go darker. I hate to do this. I don't want to do this because it's gonna not look natural. I'm almost to the point where I might go just straight sepia smoke and alright, there's a better color for that. Because it came out on the paper okay. Yeah, it's not broken now, at least. What I mean by broken is where the paint is, the particles, they're too separated from the water and the base. I gotta take this off, I don't like that. And then what'll happen is if you start spraying in one spot, the amount of water that's in it will it'll destroy the paint and just start pulling it right off. This is more the shadowy color. It's still got that purpley, but it's got a gray tone to it as well. Again over here, one that back, there's two purple here. Put a little more into these. It's almost not dark enough for these fingers anymore. It looks darker on these because I haven't blended in that brown. This is just, I think I'll just use this for the darkest tone. And then I'll just add in brown to it. And then shadow down the finger. I mean, sad enough, I may just let this painting just go and give it up for now. I know what I want to do though, I can't. Why do my fingers look bigger on one side than the other? I gotta clean this out. This is all gonna be covered up anyways. Anything here? There's so much. Much overspray. The separation between my fingers is lost. Alright, well, not too worried about this right now. But anyway, just wanted to clean that up in between the fingers because the fingers were looking huge. Hugely fat. Anyways, yeah. Should have done this all together. It just would have taken me forever. Let's take this one step at a time. Kind of reminds me of an old Christian hymn. One step at a time, sweet Jesus. Getting serious. Oh, bye. I think I'm getting to the end of today's session for myself. Oh, that's why. Okay. Something didn't look right in there, and I just figured out why. That's because this is not. This has got to tie into this, and then come up. And that wasn't supposed to happen. Now let's let that dry in a little bit. Put it over there. Alright, that didn't work right there. I don't know what happened there, but it didn't work out what I was planning. So, I had to let it dry a little bit. It was still too wet and I went and touched it. So, we've got a little texture in here anyways. So we're just going to kind of work it. Fix that. Okay. Clean up that finger. There we go. What I'm thinking, I'll just clean up the top edges for the moment. On each digit. They're starting to tie in a little better. Just letting that dry so I can put another coat over that. Here. This is a little brighter. Same over here. And then underneath each one of these is a little bit brighter. The wrinkles of the hand holds the skin. Same under here. Clean these up a little bit, make them look more realistic. Back in here, get a little more of that texturing. So I can knock that back a little bit. Same over here. This, and I'm very despondent. How's that for a word, despondent? Not happy with it. Okay. That works a little bit better. And we'll clean up the top side of it because it kind of bled over. That looks a little bit better. I know I say, you know, never give up, keep working on it, and that, you know, there is a point where you gotta say, okay, let's just restart this sucker. you know, I don't think I'm there again or anything. I mean, it's coming out. It looks like a hand, and it's what I'm hoping for. The hardest parts are these, because there's so many hair follicle roots and stuff, and the way it catches the light. Same over here. I mean, you can't do a solid color, obviously, because that doesn't look right. So you gotta texture it and shade it and texture it and shade it and keep working that spot of it. You know, because otherwise it just, there's too many bumps in the skin back here that are catching light, yet they're in the shadow. And let's clean this up a little bit on the edge. Now you're probably thinking, well, dude, why didn't you just use a stencil over there? And I'm not a fan of stenciling, but it's not even that. That's not even my problem. So the last time I tried to do a stencil on the Clayboard, the glue on the back of the stencil stuck to the Clayboard, and when I went to paint over it, it didn't look right. It didn't look nice. So I can go in here and I can clean it up a little. Yep, and that looks perfectly fine to me now. Then when I put my background color in, that'll bleed away. You won't even notice that. They're getting there. They're getting there. This is a slow process on these hands, because I wish I could have done everything all at once, you know, and done all this shading and stuff. I tried that on the first one with just the first time I went through this with just the brown, and I lost control of where the color was going, and it just didn't pan out for me. That's why I chose to start it over, but in a way that was a good thing, because I started working on this Clayboard again, homemade, to see where it was going. So it kind of worked out okay in my favor, because I was able to make a new Clayboard with the new color, or with my new color mixture, or not color mixture, what do you call it? With my new recipe, I should say, for homemade clay on the board, and I like it. I like the way it worked. I added in that polymer, the Airbrush medium, into it to use that, and it seemed to work out really well for it. I think the clay it's got a little more give to it, and not give. It's a little firmer, but you can still work it really effectively. Alright, I gotta put in, well, let's do this first. Let's just shade this down here, because this is what I had to do. And I gotta do the outside of the hand as well. And then I'm gonna shadow it for the shackles. Same over here. I'm gonna shadow this. sitting on the hand. Let's make them pretty well shadowed right there up against the skin. I think that's what they would be anyways, because they're laying on the skin, so. Like so. That looks more natural. Like so. That way they look a little more realistic that way. This. It's going down my arm on here. Just adding in some more texture. And I gotta I'll shadow the back side of the arm here. Let's do this side. Kind of something like this. And maybe we'll put a little freckles on here, and again over here. Starting to put a little of the hair. I don't have, I use my own hands and hair for, or my hands and hair. Okay, I'm okay. I use my own arms in that for reference. So, and I have blonde hair. These I want a little bit lighter than this. So I sprayed them on, and I'm just gonna touch them lightly with the wrinkles. And I also can bring up a little bit of highlights more as I go over here. That one there's too dark and too high. So let's take this almost off. There. That looks better. It's funny how you get all these little skin folds where the skin, like so. And maybe we'll do a couple. Texture of the flesh there. Kind of coming up. Same over here. Now right here there's a lighter spot. I wasn't even concentrating on the Let's shadow this back a little bit more. Why is that? The rubber sticking to it. The rubber eraser. There we go. Let's shadow this a little bit back in. Same over here. That's too heavy. kind of maybe make it look a little dirty. You know, like being shackles and chains. Yeah. Kind of funky. And let's try maybe doing a little of that over into here. Just from a distance. Maybe shadow this up more. Like so. Kind of texturing it a little bit. And again, this has okay. Now we'll go back into this just lightly. Same idea. Going across to get that wrinkle pattern in the flesh. Kinda like that maybe. We kind of got this coming down. I wasn't even thinking about doing the arms today, but you know, hey, something led me into them. I just kind of felt that's what I had to do. Putting in little layers maybe for now. I'm not a very hairy man. I ain't worried too much about it. Another thing I think that's happening clean this up. There. Something like that. Because of the overspray. I think I'm widening out my hand a little too much. Something more like that. Okay. I think this is starting to come together a little more. I'm not as I don't want to say I'm disappointed in it. It's just not where I had hoped it was going to go for me. And let's see what's going on in this little hand pinky. Alright, let's I'm going to take this color and overhaul it with a little bit, I think, a drop of flesh and some brown ochre. Let's go 3 drops of flesh. Let's go 4 drops of brown ochre. Can't paint too much longer. Let's take this. I'm gonna try something, I think. Yeah, let's do it on this side because it's not gonna hurt it as much. Just wanted to see what it would do if I oversprayed it, kind of the color shift it and blend it a little more. It's okay. Let's do these fingers first. It'll soften up some of this and tie it together. Almost like a technique I heard that Marissa uses by putting. That's not too bad. Let's put a little more pink back in this arm, where she'll go over with a light mist of white, I believe it is, at the end of her painting. And that way it makes it more photorealistic looking. Okay, so now, brown cow. I need to get the brown tone into this. So, this is going to be, and it's probably going to be my last thing I do today. Do 3. Three water. 2 transparent base. And I'm gonna do some burnt umber. Do 4 burnt umber. Now burnt umber, when you mix it with the transparent base and that, or even just spray it, it comes out a lot lighter than it looks in the bottle. So I'm gonna go transparent, burnt umber and sepia smoke. I'm gonna do, let's try 3 sepia smoke at first. And see what we're at right now with this. Once I mix it, because it comes out a lot lighter brown. I may need, see if it go yellow again. I think this might be okay for what I'm looking for. And you can hear that little hesitation in the spray pattern. Yeah, that's okay. Because this is just a shadowing color on these fingers. Again, I gotta do something on this pinky. I got it too solid down in there and I don't want it this solid. So I'm just gonna texture in a little here. Before I go and spray, I might do some to the other side too. Because it's not solid color anyways, so. And this down here is way too dark anyways. That's not right. So we're gonna work that back a little bit. Like so. And we're gonna lighten this. All this is all wrong. I don't know what I was looking at. Let's try a hard eraser real quick. It's hard because you look at one finger and then you're looking at the next finger I found, and you go, oh, whoops, screwed that up. Now in here, I gotta put a little more detail, I think. It's too solid. Looks like I stuck my finger in some JB Weld and stained it. Oh, okay, I'm just trying, I don't want to mess it up and have to repaint it again. It's just too, that gray is just too solid. Okay, that's looking a little better. There's a light spot in here and one right along there. Okay. Now in here, there's a lighter spot. And then here again. To go with that. There we go. That looks better. Much better. And then underneath, this is a lot lighter. So we can do this. Alright, that works better. That looks more like it. Once we put in this other color, then I'll come back in with this and fix that all up. So, now again, I don't know what happened here either. I don't know if I bumped this with something. I got a little white dot of color. These are all the little things that go on while you're painting, you know. I don't know. Let's see what color we got. That's quite the dark brown. So we're gonna go. I don't even know. I don't know. I'm just gonna, I think I gotta go. Yeah, I can't do this color. I can't do this color. It's not gonna come out right. I gotta put in golden ochre. It's not as dark. It's deceiving to the eye when you're looking at that. That one very green. So I need orange. I need orange to counteract the green in my cup. Opposite the spectrum. This should go back to a chocolatey brown. There we go. That works. Okay, spray this through. Hang on. I don't want to have a mistake happen again. Orange was my nemesis today. Okay. Let's spray this through the brush. Get that. Make sure this is the color coming through right now. Ah, that works. This is what I need. This is what I need. You better be what I need. Alright, we're just gonna do a misting of this color in the spots we need it. Alright, this is gonna tone it, and we're actually gonna be a lot closer to the other hand. Once we get this color into it, this will warm the hand up a little bit more. This color up this side. See where there's no white, or where it's lighter, it begins the illusion of it being darker. Where it's darker, it looks lighter. See, on this lighter pink flesh, it almost looks dark. But if I go up into the dark area, it looks light. I think I need that purpley color again. Darker purpley one. I would poke myself. Not paying attention to my needle where I was pointing or cleaning the tip. I just poked myself. They're starting to tie together. There's no real solid area of color in these. It's all wrinkly and messed up. Because you figure you've got fingerprints all over your hand, you know. So paying attention to all this, where these little creases are. I gotta watch because I got to take my doggy very soon. I gotta clean this up and get ready to take her to the vet's. Even in this stuff, it's still bothering me. doesn't come out looking like I want it to. Just kind of goes to show you that, yeah, you might think it's a different color in a spot, but it's just the way they're interplaying with each other. And how they interact with the color that's next to it. That gives the illusion that it's a different color. Alright, and this has got to be a little more of this color up here, especially into here. Oh, that was a mistake. Alright. Well, we are very close to being consistent between the two hands. So, I think I'm going to call it a day today on this. So I can get my little girl outside. She is snoozing away. I mean, she's been asleep most of the day. And this is strange. Usually she's up and down. Like I said, I got to get her out and get her piddling for me for a sample. But hope you're enjoying this and learning and just watching, and so you can pick up some stuff for your own techniques. Maybe not. It's up to you, right? It's all up to you. Just putting in those little wrinkles on the back here. And this part of the thumb, this is not rounded. That's wrong. This comes in. Then we can highlight that. There. And that's not as round as I made it. Right like that. Right like that. Same over here. They're getting there. They're coming together. What I gotta do too is I gotta start going around and taking all these guidelines pretty much off. Just lightening them actually for now. Not taking the paint off, just taking the lighten that little spot. This thumb. Just like that other area, that gray became too opaque. Because of having that flesh in it, and that can happen. You know, the color becomes so opaque. And when you fully saturate it, it just doesn't look natural. See this. This is not right in here. Give me this. I pulled this shadow too far down. And round that up in there. Now it's not going to stay that way. I'm going to have to tone that back, but and let's go above it and lighten this a bit. That's gonna I'm just trying to texture this out to make it look more realistic right there. Because to me it just looked too flat. And in here, it just didn't. I think I got some texture in the Clayboard and it's picking that up. There's also some highlights under here, so in that spot. Okay, that looks a little more natural. Okay, I gotta shut this down for now and get everything cleaned up so I can get out of here. Okay, guys, thanks for sticking around some more, and be back on this as soon as I can. Here, I thought I'd give you a little more straight on format. Just better look at what I've done so far. Today has been a challenge for me, to say the least. I don't know what was going on, but working on it. It's getting there. Looks better on the camera than it does in person. I hate to say that, but we're getting there. So God bless, and we'll be working on this in just a bit. And here I am back again. And I think what I need to do on the painting now is wonder why there's a scratch in it all of a sudden, because I didn't put that scratch there. Wow. These things, I don't know how they happen. These things do not happen. It's okay. I can repair that. No biggie. It's just a fun little painting. What I'm thinking of doing is going a bit darker now. Just put the final dark shades in. Just deciding what shade that should be. What I should do is take my little color picker app, hold on. Alright, sorry about that. I went into my color picker after I was reading that text, and it's funny how seeing it on the reference that I'm using compared to the color picker, it's a reddish brown where to me it looked gray. So I mixed up some burnt umber and red ochre, and I'm going to deepen these little areas. Some of these are so tiny I almost just want to go and grab a colored pencil to do them. Or I may just see that spot looks wrong to me, so. See, like this spot, it's deeper than this. But now that I look at it on here, I almost want to thin this down a little bit more with some more water. More up to here. Like so. This spot here is a little too aggressive, so let's lighten it up a little. Just a touch like that. Let's add 4 drops. 4 drops of water, because I went originally only did 4 drops of water and my 4 drops of transparent, and then adding the paint. I'm now at about what would it be? Probably about 3 drops of paint to 1 drop of water. So I don't want that mix. I want it to be thinner, so I gotta go the other way. So I just added 4 drops of water into this. I didn't want more transparent because then that's just gonna make the paint a little thicker. I don't want water, but I don't want to have to be pulling that trigger back. I want to be able to do hairlines. That's pretty good if I want to, you know. But anyways, so we've got 1. Yeah, that's better. And I can gradually build that. Much better consistency for this. Build that nice and lightly, and then I can easily keep adding to it. So that finger's a little bit fatter down there. And again, I'll lighten that. That's a little too dark right there. And then in here, is mostly the fingers that are like this. I know on the camera and on the photos I've taken, it all appears a lot darker than it is. And that's got a lot to do with the camera. I didn't adjust it too much. Alright. Now to me, that original finger over there is a little bit darker than I want. Now that it's sat a second or two, oops, let's get on my glove. And let's just take this and just lighten this just a touch and go under it and lighten under it. Here we go. That be that. Let's do these. Got wrinkles in the fingers. I want to take them off. Let's make this a little bit lighter. Not so much of a dent. And this is just a soft eraser that I'm using, just to bring some of this one a little bit darker than I wanted as I was experimenting with it. So I'm just gonna lighten this, just lightly rubbing. The underneath color's a little harder at the moment, so. And then that spot is darker. And then I got a ridge here that's got a little more highlight. Same there. Right? That's a little more like it. And up here we got this one that went a little awry. So I can take and erase back into there. And then put a little detail back into here. Much better. Much better. Alright, now I'm getting a little happier with this painting. So this is going to take quite a bit of time, I fear. I don't know if maybe I'll just jump the video ahead to save you poor people from watching me do hours and hours of work on fingers. It would be kind of me, huh? Okay, I'm going to leave this. I'm going to keep going. And I'm going to ask anybody who's watching this your opinion, and I'll do whatever the majority asks. If the majority says, Mr. Wagner, Fred, whatever you want to call me, I like watching every single second of it, keep going and doing what you're doing, or Mr. Wagner, this is really boring. If you're repetitively working on the same things, please jump ahead once you mention that technique. And I just I can't believe that just happened. Oh well. I gotta stop talking. Or I gotta put a mouth guard in so I don't spit. I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden there's 3 dots there. And the only thing I could figure is I spittled a little. Let's go around these. This is the only way to repair these things. That you may have to do major repair. Lord, I pray right now that you would bind Satan's hand from attacking this painting. That he not be able to do this to me over and over. That his hand be bound. I have to hit those with a little flesh. Okay. A little bit better. Looks a little better. There's a couple little spots in here I wanna hit. Just a wee bit. not saying much because I don't want to spit on my painting anymore. Stop it. No spitting on your own painting. Now this one, this is a mistake. I got that line over too far, so let's erase that back a little. Just a touch. That is better. And then we got this right here. That seems a little dark, a little opaque to me. Yeah, because that isn't that dark there. It's just because I'm having that little boo-boo. Lighten that up a little bit. That's better. Now the next finger. Actually, this can go up. Kind of a dagger stroke there, and then thin the bottom of it. There. That's better. Now the next one. Truthfully, better to go subtle. See what bothered me the most was this. The color was too gray, and it just didn't look natural. And that was the whole thing. My eye was seeing a gray, burnt umber color, and the reality of it wasn't gray. It was red. That much nicer. It's a good app. If you don't have it, download it. It's called Color Picker for the phone. You can go in. Pixel Picker is okay. But what I find is, there's multiple pixels all through it. What Color Picker does is it'll take all the pixels in that area and it'll give you the general color. Where Color Picker, or pixel picker is so defined to one pixel that you'll pick out one pixel of color, and you might not need that. You might not have the right color for overall when you're painting like this. Again, the app that I like the most is color picker, if I can't figure out what the color is. Okay, dokie. And then down in here, there's a little more striation. I'm going real subtle. Alright, that's much better. Now over here I got this, I don't know what the heck happened here. Something must have rubbed against it last night when, probably when my wife threw the towel over. She probably didn't realize. She puts the towel over the edge of the chair when she works out on the treadmill, and she may have bumped the painting. I may have bumped the painting when I was moving something. So, could be me too. I'm not going to blame my wife. I don't know what happened. Security. Oh, look at the footage. Okay, and these kind of blend in down the finger a little bit. I mean, there's so many little creases. I'm not going to sit here and paint all of them. I can't. I just don't have the ambition to do all that. Now up in the back of this nail, this is the same thing right here, this shadow. And then on the edge, like so. But the hand's coming together a lot better now. Excuse me. Hit my light. Alright, let's lighten that a little bit. I could go almost wondering if I should go grab my Mono Zero. Okay, that looks much better on the thumb there. I was bummed with the thumb. I do have to admit, my line work is not that good with this needle. I gotta wait for the replacement needle. I can still paint with it, but it's getting harder to get a real fine hairline. I should probably hit it on that sharpener over again. Plus my hands are wiggly. Age is catching up too quickly. Well, see, that's what I do. I don't want that dot. Just touching that to take it back a little. There is a spot there, but it's not that drastic. Fix that up a little. I almost think I gotta reduce. I think I gotta reduce my pressure, and probably some of this water is evaporated out of the paint, so it's getting a little thicker and harder to. Oh, let me check my pressure here. I had it on 30. I'm going to go back down to 25. Alright, back down on 25. Let's cut this with a little more, just a little more water. And I think what I'll do is just spray this through rather than back flushing again. Just touching that up a little bit there. I think I could even go down to 20 psi in a way. I think also I've got a, this should be light redder, I think. I think I gotta add a little red into this for the palm. So I'm not gonna do that here. I think what I am gonna do, I'll finish the other fingers, then I'll change that color. And all I'll do is probably add into, because it's probably the same red, but it's a little bit, or the same brown hue, but a little bit more to the red. See over here, this is the wrong color. And we'll just keep working our way across here, putting in this color to correct. Yeah, reducing that down is the ticket here. I'm now down at 25 psi, and I thin the paint just a hair more. There's so many little micro details in these fingertips and that it's almost impossible for me to do all of them. And they're so subtle. Yeah. Now I almost wonder if this side I should go a little more burnt umber, because I originally didn't have that much burnt umber in it. What I'll probably do is put this in and then I'll add a little more burnt umber and go over these fingertips a little bit in the darkest areas, because I think the colors, well, let's check it and I'll show you what I'm talking about with color picker. It's very close to the same color. So, open up my phone. Alright, here's, I don't think you can see it. Color picker's right here. Alright, and you touch on your photo, bring up your camera roll, scroll back till you get to the image. Here's the image I'm working on. Now I'm going to enlarge it. Then I can move this cursor over to where I'm working. And down here it gives you the color bar of what you're shooting for. So I'm going to check that against the color in the paint, and no, this color is not dark enough to match that color there. So that's how we just figure out our color. So that's got to go a little more dark brown. You can also take that color and save it. Save color source, close, and then you can go back. Let's see, close here, and that shows you the color you just saved up here. Alright, so we can match it. It's a bigger swatch, so you can color match that a little bit easier. And let's say I'm going to have to go a little bit more to the burnt umber. So what we'll do, find my burnt umber. Now I want to keep the same not hue. I want to keep the same viscosity of the paint. And that's the rate at which it flows, how thin it is. So I'm going to go 2 drops. Let's go 3 drops. And then we will take the water, and I want probably a 1-to-1 on this. So I just added 3 drops to that. So I added 3 drops of water, and I'm not really worried about the opacity of it. It's a transparent paint to begin with, so cutting it with the water. Alright, now I can check it against this paint, and I see it's not quite there. Right now I think it needs a little red, just a little violet in it. So I'm going to go red shade violet, and that'll deepen it. If I go with just 1 drop, there we go. If I go with what do you call it, sepia smoke, which does have a little violet to it, what's going to happen is it'll go to the gray too much. And that's where I was going wrong before. I was making it a dirtier color. Okay. And I'm going to check this against that. And that looks perfect. So we'll spray that through. Get that color into there. Rather than back flush and change what's in the cup, I want to suck all that paint that was in the cup. This will give you a warmer, truer look to the paint. Doing it this way rather than doing grays. Now we're going to go, we should be still pretty close to the value. Yeah, there we go. We got a little bit darker without changing the color too far. Now it's closer to what I need in my reference. Now you can take and do that without doing what I just did and just do another layer of color over building up, but I don't think I want to do that. darker. Well, not quite that dark, so we're going to compensate into that one because that looks messy in there to me. The nice thing about when you do a painting is usually you don't look at a painting up close. You look further away. That way the eye blends colors better. Up close, I mean, unless you're a master at it like Drew Blair and can take an up close shot and it still looks pretty darn photorealistic. I am not that good. At least not yet. There will be a day when I am that good, but I'll be in glory by then. And I won't need to paint no more. Yeah, that darn thing. We're gonna have to go in and fix this tip. And I don't want to do that because then I gotta clean out the brush. Because remember, yes, earlier in that video, I bumped the tip on the I'm gonna have to do it. I'm gonna have to clear this out of paint. I'm gonna pop off my brush, spray this out, and fix just the tip of the needle. For some reason, Satan doesn't like this painting very much, and he is afflicting I'm just putting some water through this to clear it out so I don't drag too much paint back. What I think I'm gonna do, this is probably the wiser. I've got a second cup in my drawer here. It's empty. I'm gonna put a little 41 reducer in it. .41 reducer, yes, is automotive reducer, but it's so thinned down. I'm going to use it to clean it, just to rinse it through. So now I can pull that needle out without having too much go through the back into the packing bearing. Yeah, barely anything. So once again, this seems to be a habit with this. I pull out my sharpener. This needle tip, sadly enough, straight from Iwata, like I had said yesterday, it had a bend in the very tip of it. Yeah, and if I look, there's a little tiny, it's microscopic bend in it. So there's four spots in here. These top two have an angle that it's hitting the tip of the needle. These two hit the, where the cone would rest. So you don't need to use these two. You need the top two for the needle tip. Put it in, and I'm not going to push too hard into it, very lightly. Put it in that top. Give about 15 turns. Alright, 15 turns on that one. Go to the next. Changes that angle slightly. Alright, 15 again. Now that needle's going to be pretty rough. So inside the boxes comes these micro honing pads. I say honing. They're like an emery pad, but really, really fine. You can put it on there. I gave about 50 turns. I don't know if you need to go that much, but I don't want the paint to start catching on all the micro scarring on that needle. Putting that needle back in very carefully. I mean, you could take it from the head side and put the butt of it in, but you'd have to take the head all apart, then put it in, push it through, pull it out. Then you don't take a chance of bending that tip again. So, spray out a little of that. And what we'll do is we'll expose, well, first make sure we tighten that chuck. Put our handle back on so we don't drop it and bend the needle on the back side, which I've done before, because it does tend to throw that off. Now I'll dunk my Q-tip into the water and put it on my needle tip. Give it a couple whirl turns, and now there's no cotton fibers being pulled off. Well, actually there was just then, so I'm wondering if I got to do this again. No, I think I just pulled it at an angle. So now I got no fibers on the tip of that, so we're nice and straight now again, or at least close, as close can be. Now we're going to put our paint back in. Give a spray through. Let's put our sharpener away. A very worthwhile investment. I want to thank one of my good friends who sent this to me to try. I believe it was Sea Monkey that sent it to me, if I remember correctly. So let's give this a spray over here. Make sure we got microfine and it's not. And that's what I was afraid of. Sometimes when you clean it like that, you misshape the. You'll suddenly get trailing on the stupid needle. So you gotta mess with resetting it. Right now I'm just spraying air to see if paint comes out. Alright, right now we're good. Because if you're not careful and you got that little trail hanging on the end of your stroke when you're just spraying air, it can wreak havoc with your painting. Now you should be able to pull lines finer and a lot easier. Yep, we're good. back to business for now. And what I usually do is if I damage a needle, I will usually get a new needle as soon as possible, and I will use this needle as my backup. I won't use it as my primary needle anymore. Too risky for my likings. I'm only flexing my finger just a tiny, tiny bit. You probably can't even see my fingertip hardly move at all. Just gradually building up that color. The funny thing is in the reference, the two sides, they're not exactly the same shades either. This side is darker, but looking at it here, you don't know that, so it begins to bug me, and I'm thinking, oh, I screwed it up. Yeah, much better line control now. Just getting in these little lines. Sorry, my back is really bugging me. here. I got a little bit of fixing to do. This line goes through there. Yep. And let's see what else. There's a little bitty one looking there. And then again over here like that. And yesterday's messy. And then down here. And then we're going to do this color in here again. The back side of that nail, catching the shadow. Now, on the back of this thumb, I never did this before. Alright, we're starting to trail. Make sure okay, I think it was just my finger. Sometimes that can happen because of tip dry. It begins to build up on the back side of that needle. Or on the behind it. I don't mean back side, but the back of the off the tip. I want to have it so that you can get up close and it still looks like a hand. It doesn't look like a bunch of paint just sprayed on. There's a lot of going back and forth in here. See, this was not. We're just going to miss this over this. And let's increase this one. Now we're going to have to take and change our color up a little bit. I think. Well, in the palm of the hand I don't have to. Yeah, it looks a little browner up there, so I may have to go and reverse it to a little more red ochre into it. That's a little better. Now off of this crease, we got a little more lines coming back. I think then down here. This is a little more of this. Okay. And then I want to put a little more red into this. Not so gray dirty. And I think what I'm going to do is, like I said, I'm going to go back to my, and add back in red ochre to this, I think, to bring it back more to the red. I don't think I'm going to do too much more detail into this. I want to soften a little of this so that this two sides almost match. In this finger it's too dirty looking. And then down here. This real light. Same over here. And then I want a little lighter. I think these are too harsh. Gotta get it right on that line. Sorry for the head being in the way. I was trying a little pencil technique in there yesterday. And before I do this, I want to take some of the major spots that are the darkest in this hand and intensify them a little more. That I don't think I got them quite the right value. Got to get them almost to duplicate the other side. Not exactly, but very close. Now the edge of this finger is the only part on this one. Tip of that fingers. And this one, this dude up here. Okay, let's step back a little bit. Okay, let's go right now. I think what I really need to do, I don't want to go keep doing line, line, line. So I'm going to get rid of this color. No, straight red ochre this time. And 1:1. Just four water, 4 red ochre. And it's mainly for this side. clean out the chamber. I'm just going to spray that through. I don't need a lot of it. That's why I didn't mix a lot. And let's get the hue of these fingertips more what they're supposed to be. So that they get a little closer. And more the pinky. Pinky is a lot closer. Okay, get those a lot down here. No detail, just trying to see what my values are here. I think these are a little bit yellow on the side, and I gotta kind of shift them over a little bit to the pink. To the pink. So let's see, let's do this. We're gonna color pick I mean, they're not bad. I think just the original flesh tone up in there would be the best. Just to bring this back a little bit. So I think what I'll do is this time, because I want it transparent, I'm just going to use my original flesh tone. And let's do 2 extra drops of water. I'm trying to turn this semi-opaque color a little closer to transparent. Because if I go and do it too opaque, it'll gray out everything in that. So I want it nice and thin. I left that red ochre in the cup that sprayed it out, but left the residue in there rather than clean it out. That way it'll tint it a little bit. And I'm hoping that this, I'm going to do it in the thumb first. And not the entire thumb. Just areas that are a lot pinker. Yeah, that's better. Much better. Yeah, that's bringing it back closer to what the other side is. It was just a little too yellow. And then now in this palm, we can go and overlay this a little more. Same thing. kind of knock back those harsher spots. There. That looks better to me. And then the thumb. The thumb was where I lost a lot of that. Palm of the hand is very pink on here. And then over here, maybe just a little more of this pinky. There. Yeah, I think that works better. And then in there. Beautiful. I think that's where I had to go. And I think I gotta do in here. Just the hair more. Voila, I like it. I like it. Now the hands are balanced more. I mean, there is a difference between the fingertips and here, but I don't think I can get it any closer than it is right now. This side still is a little bit more yellowish. I think that's pretty darn close to what it should be. Now, let's see. Let's do this. Let's take and pick out the color in the palm around these creases and try to match them a little closer. So we'll go into that color picker app. We'll reload our image. Where are you? There we go. And we'll increase this and we'll go in and pick a spot. Let's save that one. And we'll go over to this side. Okay. There we go. Pull our cursor over. Yeah, it's a orangey flesh tone. Alright, and we'll close that and we'll go look at our two. See, I don't know if you can see that. There's difference in these values from one side to the other. But most people would say, oh, it's the same exact color. It's not. And it's a creamy flesh tone. So, let's see. To mix that flesh tone, I'm going to I don't want to use the flesh color. So let's see. Well, let's kind of rinse out this chamber. Alright. We'll put a couple drops of water in here. We'll put 5 drops of water in there. And let's see. I think this one will give you a recipe for that color. See, I just pressed on that color and it gives me that. And it gives me a value on it. It's a value R227, green 151, and blue 120. So obviously it's more red, a touch of green, and less blue. Which makes no sense to me. I don't know how to mix that. What I'm seeing, though, is closest thing I got to it right now is probably this brown ochre. Okay, I put 4 drops of water in my cup, so I'll put 2 drops, well, 3 drops, because a third one came out. My brown ochre seems to be separating on me. Let's mix up the brown ochre and see what it looks like in comparison to what's on that screen. And obviously it looks too brown. Needs to pink up a little bit. So let's take 1 drop of that flesh tone. And we may have to take the transparent base into it. Now I could have done red and white and made a real light pink. But my white, I think, yeah, it's opaque also. So it's going to do the same thing. So, alright, now we're right about on the money with that color. Close that. Let's go look at the other side. Now it's got a little more brown to it. So I'm going to go to the darker side and just go lighter on the other side. I'm going to put 1 red ochre into that. Just 1 into that nice light pink. And I think that'll bring us right where we got to be. I find the majority of color that I use in my arsenal, wow, that mixed really weird, almost like little clumps. Well, that's as far as my eye can tell, that's spot on. Alright. So we got that all in there. Give a spray through. Now this is truthfully a semi-opaque color now. That's pretty darn close. Now we're just going to go in and blend some of these areas and get them a little closer. Along these shadowy areas. It's not the whole hand. And we gotta be very careful. We don't overdo it. Because I think I already overdoed it. There's a little spot in here. And it's real light mist it. That's good. And then over in here, it's a little more. You gotta be careful because this is semi-opaque, so I could hit more transparent base into it, which I almost think I should. You could work in opaques if you want. You just have to be a lot more accurate in mixing the colors. You have to mix each individual color and accurately place them. Alright, then we're going to blend it in over here. This is where it's intermingling. Okay. Yeah, I think that's better. And then over here, up on this pinky a little more. Now we can go over to this hand and do a few spots in here. You don't have to do the whole thing. Just a little here. And then mainly up in that, then up on that. Just picking out a few areas. I make sure that I push forward. Who knew hands were so much work? I did. Yes, I did. In fact, I knew this would be a great intensive undertaking on this painting. Not a simple one. Not at all. And I got a couple little spots here and quite a bit more up on here. Get that tip of that finger. And then in the nail bed, this color is a lot more, and a little bit on this side, not as much. And the back of this finger, oh, I didn't even color that in. Oh, bad Fred. You didn't work on this area. Shame on me, I forgot it. So that means I gotta go into that red ochre color again. And then here I can blend this in a little bit better there. And then maybe on the side of the tip of this finger. And same here. Just to clean it up a little bit. We've had our mishaps. This over here, I'm not liking. It's a little too harsh, so I'm going to use this color semi-opacity to knock those back a little bit. And then I think in these fingers I can intensify this color for some of the shadowy. Just okay. Pretty sure our hands are just about done. Let's get that in there. Then over here, I want this a little more like that. And then maybe a little of this pink going down the center of the arms. A little bit over here. And maybe a little more on the back of the forearm there. Alright. Down here. It's amazing what the eye begins to pick up. Aye. Methinks the hands are pretty much done. Now it's just a matter of knock back these reference lines and then doing the background. And the last thing, well, I might do the shackles first. Just want to take out some of these. It's funny how you get back up and they blend, they just disappear. Normally I'll go through the whole drawing and lighten them beforehand. What we should do, let's take this one and let's go around it. And there, that'll take it off a lot quicker, a lot cleaner. Just wondering if my head's in front of the camera view. I do have a tendency of doing that. I could probably even take the scratch brush and do this. Just wherever that is too strong. Fingertips I've covered pretty darn good. Right up on the edge. There's just a few spots that they were still sticking up a little bit too much. Let's get the tip of that nail. Same over here. Okay, and over here. What I'm thinking on the background is keeping a glowing spot here and then everything else around it dark. What I'm thinking of doing for the shackles, like a dark brown metal, a little bit of coppery gold in it, and almost making divots into it. So what I could do, I'm thinking of burnt umber. And maybe a Payne's sepia smoke, burnt umber, sepia smoke, probably about equal. And then maybe 2 Payne's gray into it. I wanted a grayish brown. And then with some coppery colored highlights into it. And I don't, at the moment, I don't think I'm going to reduce it. Yeah. Okay. I put 5 drops of water in there, so. And there I go again, shooting brown. Alright. They're gonna be. Hey man, we got trails. I think. No. Alright. Something like that. And then maybe we'll put some dent looking spots in it. Almost like corroded. And then we're going to do a basic kind of cylinder shape. Up the stud or whatever you want to call this. Okay, kind of like that. if it'll be lighter. Like I said, I'm going to put that coppery color on that top sides of these. I don't want it perfect. I want it to be kind of marred, like it's been dented. The shadow under here would be greatest right in there. You get a little backlighting maybe. And I don't know why that keeps separating right there. And again, marred up maybe a little. A little more shadow right here where it bends. Let's blend this back down a little bit more. Same over here, a little darker. Okay. Okay, over here I gotta touch that up a little. Some of that water is starting to seep into there. Right. I'm not trying to keep a straight line. I'm letting it go a little wiggly. Alright. Same in here, gonna kind of make this marred up a little bit, give a little shadow to the bend of the metal. And then over here it's gonna kind of shadow. Let's kind of spray that down. Don't want them to be shiny. They're not women's bracelets. Okay, let's take this color. Let's put some orange in it. Into this brown. See where we go. I'm a little daring. Yeah, kind of a rusty brown look. And that's what I was hoping for. Let's put that in there. And we'll spray this through. Kind of do the top of everything. And we'll maybe and I'll put a, I don't know if I'll scratch into it to create the highlights and then put some yellow on top of that. Same over here. Still very transparent, same family of colors. Okay, down in here maybe some more. Alright. Now we're gonna work a little. Just gonna work a little texture into it maybe. And we'll pick up the edge a little bit. I want almost that old pitted metal look. Browned out. Over here we won't do it as much. We want the appearance that it's going down. And then maybe over here. Let it pull that edge a little bit. Same down here because it's thicker. This side's catching the light a little bit more. Like I said, I think I'm gonna put a little bit of yellow into this. I don't want them to look gold, but then again, just on the edge of that. Okay. Same over here. Work this a little. Just using my imagination on this. I can still go even darker. Which I probably will. I'll probably take a couple spots. Let's see. Just creating some imaginary texture here. Kind of like that. Maybe a little bit here. Spots here. I think I'll color these in a ow, stab myself, not paying attention. Knock these back a little more. You don't want them so white. Alright, and like I said, let's take quite a bit of this out. And we're gonna go, let's shoot a little yellow on top of them. And with this brown. And then the last I'll do is I'll take some, maybe some gray, Payne's gray, and get the darkest shadows in there. Then I gotta think of the chain. Just get a little color. Not a lot. I don't want the whole thing. Kind of like that. Same over here. Just a little sporadic-y. We could even do some blue in there. Oh my gosh. Stupid phones. Now, spray out this. I don't care if it goes a little green. That's Payne's Gray. We're going to thin it down. I did 3 water and 2 Payne's Gray. Not too concerned with transparency. I want it to go a little green on me to go into that rusty, corroded looking Shackles. Now, I may put even a little orange into it. I want it to look like gold though. Let's try it, the little touches of orange into there. Not a lot. Just some little touches. See how we like it. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's kind of a cool color into there. Got the appearance of rusty, old Shackles. Sin Shackles. Oh, come on. Don't screw me up. Yeah, kind of grimy. Grungy. Hey, do we go one step further in the dark? What I kind of want to do I want to scratch it off, but I don't want this solid dark. I needed it to harden a little more so I wouldn't be scratching off so much. Just to soften that. It was getting too rubbery. Yeah, that's better. Just lighten it up a little bit. And maybe a little. Keeps wanting to scratch because the paint went too thick on me. Alright. We won't go too much. This side I didn't do as much. What we could do is go in with just straight Payne's gray. I don't want to use black. Black's too hard to throw or to shoot through here. Okay. We had a pretty hefty. Make sure that's still on it. Fairly decent amount of snow fell first thing this morning. Surprised my wife and I. Put a little pitted into here. Got some tip dry coming up. I don't know if you heard that spit, but I did. I think I need a little more. Maybe the mailman brought me my needle. I doubt it. Not this soon. you. Same under here. This should be shadowy. This shouldn't be as bright as it is. Alright, that looks better. So now I gotta figure out what this needs as far as get that bump back. Let's scar up this a little more. The same over here. That looks better. Like I said, I didn't want this a straight edge. I want it to really be rough looking metal and jagged. I mean, they would have been beaten on it and molding it into the shape. I don't know how intricate their hammer work was back in Christ's days. I mean, God gave them the skills to create the temple, and they had the knowledge of ironwork. So, I don't know. Let's take a little look. Oh, gosh. No, nice. I like it. I like it a lot. I think it worked. That's what I was kind of looking for. And a really roughed up looking shackles. Now I just gotta paint the chains. Gonna take a little breather, go out and get the mail, see if the needle came. Well, let's see. I still got that Payne's Gray in there. So, I think what I'm gonna do, we will add a little water. I put 6, so 3 Payne's Gray, and I think I'm gonna go 3 transparent now, and I'm gonna start working on these chains. So 3 and 3 and 6 water. I don't want it too wet. So that's a 1-to-1 value mixture. Darn, I didn't want to do this. Putting my glove back on, and I had already. Okay. You see one spot I gotta fix over here. Okay. Now, gotta think of how this would reflect on this. Very carefully. Do this. Now these aren't going to be stainless steel chain. They're nothing but now I gotta clean that backside off where I went over a little. messaged me. Now, some of these are kind of supposed to be twisted, so. Wrong button. Just kind of fixing up these little edges to start. Then we will, when we paint in the background color, I'll hit the lighter shades. Higher reflections. I don't know if I want to. Underneath this. So. Same up here. Here, get this right. That's a little better. eating mini donuts. I gotta be careful if I say stuff like that because I'll make myself hungry. I can't have donuts. Well, I can, but I can't eat a bunch of them. Or my diabetes will come back. Now, let's see, in here we probably get a little more shadow. How's that look for a change? They look realistic. The only problem is I got all these orange lines in them. Alright, now let's color them in completely. And then I'll go back and I'll hit them with some white, or erase back into them. To get shine. I don't know if this let's see. Yeah. Let's sharpen this down again. And we'll do some. This will give it that little reflective look, almost. Kind of like this. Here. Man. What I think I might do I think I might go to the scratch brush to do this. Yeah, that's better. Go on the side of it. Nope, that ain't working. Let's try this. No, 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 no. We gotta redo this second one. Okay. I'm just gonna go in maybe and catch a few of these hammer marks. At least what I think are hammer marks. Just give a little lift. I don't care if these look scratchy. Same over here. Maybe some. Had to do a little extra in the interim there. Deciding whether I want to bother to put a little bit of blue into that chain. I'm just afraid that it'll look like too much like stainless steel against the hammered iron of the Shackles. I'm gonna quick take a photo of this before I start going in with the background. And let's close the back shade because we're starting to get that afternoon sunlight. It's kind of washing that out. Why is this on silent? Oh, let's see something. Do I want to put a background color in? Let's do something. Okay, let's make a copy. Princess, you were just out, so... Hmm. Just cancel. I don't know what the freak to do. How do you pick a color? Well, we're gonna just do it. I'm thinking it'll be fine. I wish I knew. Oh, now it's in there. Why? Why did it have to do that, Jesus? Why? You had to spit, didn't you? Didn't you? Yep. Yeah. Okay, we'll take you out with this. All you evil little dots. I mean, it's not that big a deal. Well, I'm sorry for that jump in the film. I did not hear the beep of my camera saying memory card was full. Well, here is the completed picture. I think I'm going to call it done. I'm liking it. I may come back and do a little more work. I don't know. There's some spots in it that, well, why don't I hold off on it before I say it's complete? But I put the background in. I did a gray misty background, and then I added red from the bottom up to give a sense of hell. And I did a blue cast from the top on top of the gray. I left the center highlight a white so that it gives more of a sense of God's grace shining down on us and His love breaking the binds of sin's shackles in our lives. We're no longer a slave to sin, but we are set free by His death and resurrection and given the Holy Spirit, so that sin no longer is our master. The Lord Jesus Christ is in control of our lives, and sins no longer bind us. God bless you all. Thank you. And I think I will call this one a finished project. There's not too much more I can really do to it to change it. I hope you've enjoyed this, and onward to the next painting. God bless. Have a good day.